Same kid, but always in the same way. Growing my dream every fucking day. Yeah, I don't wanna live this dream. Yeah, hate the society. Yeah, say my name and you see my shadow. Like this baby. I'm always the same kid, run always in the same way. Growing my dream every fucking day. Yeah, I don't wanna live this dream. Yeah, I hate the society. I was blind, yeah, I was blind, yeah. I don't wanna fall no more. The right ways to pay for. I was blind, yeah, I was blind, yeah. I don't wanna fall no more. Right ways to pay for. Blind, yeah, I was blind, yeah. And we could just fade away into each other's life. And we could just fade away until we're all right. And we could just fade away into each other's life. And we could just fade away until we're all right. Just like a bird, I would like to fly away. Off of this earth, I would fly with the halos. Don't know my worth, but I figured out how pain goes. Treat it as a curse or reverse it, okay. Go back to a time when I didn't make choices. Back to a time when my parents were my voices. Back to a time when I used to take classes. Back to a time when I couldn't really pass shit. It happens. Try to figure out fate, yeah. I try to figure out hate, yeah. On the beach in San Diego. Yeah, feet in the sand, it's late, yo. Moon up in the sky, so high, so bright. The only thing at night that can really shed light. And I wish I didn't fight with my thoughts at night. I think that I'm alright, but it burns inside. And we can just make the way into each other's lives. And we can just fade away until we're all right. And we can just fade away into each other's lives. And we can just fade away until we're all right. Thoughts in my head, thoughts that I dread, opinions from my friends, the shit it never ends. I'm sick of all these trends, I'm sick of paying rent, I'm sick of growing up and not just knowing how it ends. So I plan with intent, today I make a dent, I'm gonna make it happen, everything that I have dreamt. And a hand I extend out like a friend to anyone who's ever felt lost in the sand. Yeah, let's both repent, forgive and forget, and keep on moving forward till we do what we have said. Yeah, we feast on the bread, we eat and we're fed, and we need to go shed all this doubt in our head. All this cloud that I dread is now where I head, but I found out instead that my voice, it could spread. Got a choice to take a breath, make a noise and forget about any doubts. We gon' live with it, and we can just fade away into each other's lives. And we can just fade away until we're all right. And we can just fade away into each other's lives. And we can just fade away until we're all right. Breathe, hold it, hands the night is young. Slowly we kiss 'cause we're alone. 'Cause we're alone. Watching colors fill the sky again.
It is 0 seconds. All right, we're going to start on time. Welcome, everybody. Let me turn this down. All right, we are going to kick off our certification level 1 and level 2 day. And thank you, everybody, for coming this morning. So the way this is going to work from a schedule perspective, we have the level 1 fundamentals of GitOps and Argo CD in the morning. We'll have a number of breaks that are scheduled, and then we also have lunch, and then after lunch at 1, we'll start the level 2 GitOps at scale training. And we have kind of, when we set this up, we basically have more people scheduled for the afternoon session that want to join the scale conversation. So I guess I say that so that you've all picked good spots. So stay in your spots and don't go build forts in the back or something, because we'll have less space in the afternoon. Just so you know, this is for the people that are here live. There are quite a few people joining on the stream right now, so we are broadcasting this. So if you come in front of this camera, you will be on Twitch and on YouTube. Other than that, you're safe where you are. So it's up to you. Housekeeping for the people that are here: bathrooms out that way, coffee over here, food. Obviously, everybody passed that. If you didn't get your mug and your sweet kit when you came in, make sure to grab that as the day goes on. All right. Now, everybody is invited to join the Discord that we have started that is associated with the certification. And this is a program that we call GitOps Champions. In the Discord, so there are several code freshers in the Discord to help answer questions. Here in the room, there are 3 of us. So myself, Christian right here, and Kostas in the back. So if you get stuck on anything, if you have questions, raise your hand. As we go through the course, I will be presenting and kind of explaining each section. So if you would rather just listen than read, you can just sit back and I'll explain the section, and we'll try to teach it orally. And then if you get bored, or you feel like, hey, I could skip this section, I want to go work on this thing, or I'm sick of listening to Dan's voice, you can put on your headphones and just do the course yourself, and then just ask for help when you need it. But for the people that haven't done this before, some people really like the presentation. And if you're not one of them, then tell Christian or Kostas, because I couldn't bear to hear it directly from you. All right, so with that, I think the housekeeping is pretty good. So today what we're going to cover, I guess I should introduce myself actually for a second. My name is Dan Garfield. I'm the co-founder and chief open source officer of CodeFresh. And if you're not familiar with CodeFresh, we are a continuous integration, continuous delivery, software delivery platform that is built on Argo. We are one of the corporate maintainers of Argo. I myself am a maintainer. Kostas here is also a maintainer, so you've got 2 Argo maintainers in the room who can help answer questions. With CodeFresh, we really focus on really helping people get the most out of Argo and helping them find a lot of opportunities to improve their software delivery process, improve the developer productivity, improve the operations productivity, and to help you scale. So if you are interested in learning more about CodeFresh, you're welcome to talk to any of the CodeFreshers here. We've got a few people outside in the lobby you can also ask questions to. And of course, we can also connect you with like a solutions architect if you want to scope something out. And you can also just create a free account. CodeFresh actually has a hosted version of Argo CD, so you can just jump in and add a cluster and start deploying, and you don't have to do any additional setup, and you get access to kind of all of the additional interesting tooling that we have to make the experience of using this better. So with that, in our level 1 course, everything is about using Argo CD as well as Argo rollouts. And one of the things that makes this course unique is that we take an opinionated approach. So we are going to talk about implementing GitOps. And we're going to talk about using Argo CD to implement GitOps. Just using Argo CD doesn't guarantee that you're following GitOps principles. You can very easily violate GitOps principles while using Argo CD. It's a very flexible tool. So we're going to go, we'll explain how Argo CD works. We'll show you how to manage and add applications. We'll talk about secrets and template customization, declarative setup. And then we'll get into progressive delivery. Most people, when they think of progressive delivery, they don't necessarily think of the 101 course. They think that sounds too advanced. We wanted to show you how easy it can be, so we put it in the 101. So with that, we do provide work labs as we go through here. And the way that the work labs operate is as you complete a step, there are checks in place that will make sure that the step was completed correctly. And if there was a mistake, it'll flag it for you so you can go back and correct it. These labs are not super cheap. So they are set up so that they will basically self-terminate after a certain amount of time. So if you're not using a lab, we appreciate if you would just shut down the lab, just close the window and it will get shut down. Also, depending on how many people we have in the schedule, we have hot started a bunch of labs. So hopefully people don't have to wait too long. If the hot start gets spent, then you may end up waiting 5 to 10 minutes for a lab to potentially provision, but hopefully we should be okay. So if you're waiting a while for a lab, feel free to flag it in Discord. But more likely than not, the answer is just going to be, okay, wait a few minutes. Mostly we just want to know to see how well we right-sized it. Yes, and this also solves the big problem that we have with people's individual computers and machines. If you're trying to run Argo CD locally, all of a sudden we're debugging everybody's mini-config, Minikube, and Docker desktop, and K3D, and whatever. So this makes it a lot easier because you can just skip into getting into this stuff. We do have this program called GitOps Champions, which is a program that Christian is running, and this is our Discord community. And the Discord community is not just about the certification day. This is actually about having a community of people that are using Argo, and they want to do it in the GitOps fashion. They want to be declaratively oriented. And one of the things that we found in the community is that oftentimes you'll ask people for help or answers, and answers about how to do things that are workable solutions, but they may not actually be declarative and they may not actually be GitOps friendly. So having a little bit of an opinion, that's kind of where we come through with this community. And there are a lot of great reasons to join this community and be active in it. And I won't give away too much of the surprises and the fun, but it's going to be an interesting place to be. And there'll be a lot of good reasons to be part of that community. So if you don't have a Discord account, go create one and sign up for this. There is a link in here. So at this point, you all should have the fundamentals course up. You should have logged in. If you don't know where it is at learning.codefresh.io. I think I actually probably have no, that's the lunch break slide. Yeah, just learning.codefresh.io will take you there, and just click login. And once you go in, there's also a link to the Discord in the About GitOps Champions section. Okay, so with all of that preamble, are you ready to get started?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do it.
Okay. Oh yeah, one last question. Yeah. Do you have a login for the learning.codefresh.io? Yeah, you just go there and you sign up. That's all you got to do. Yep. We didn't necessarily generate a login. It's just you just go and sign up, put in your information. So before we get started, I just want to raise the energy level. And so I'm just going to say, like, are you ready to get started? And everyone's going to be like, woo, because on the live stream, people don't know how many, they think I'm here alone, and I don't want them to get that impression. So are you ready? All right, good. That was perfect. Thank you. All right, good for my ego. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's talk about GitOps for a second. So again, like I said, the way this is going to work is the sections that are typically, you can just read through them if you prefer. I'll present them and explain these things, and I can take questions on it. So if you want to have questions, and then we'll go into the exercises. And then during the exercises, I'll shut up and be quiet. If you want to stay on schedule, if you don't want to stay on schedule, feel free to shoot ahead and go do whatever the heck you want. And if you're having a problem with exercise 9, you can raise your hand and someone will come help you, even though you're ahead of the class, and that's just fine. Okay, so let's talk about GitOps. And a lot of people have kind of an idea of what GitOps is and isn't. A couple of years ago, we actually got together with Weaveworks, with Red Hat, AWS, Azure, and GitHub, and we started something called the GitOps Working Group under the CNCF. And the goal was, we look at cloud and nobody knows what the heck cloud is. It means too many things. We look at DevOps and it's endless debates about what DevOps is. With GitOps, we really felt like we could have a strong, opinionated source of truth for what GitOps is, and that's something that we should be able to come to as an industry. And so we got together with those founding companies. We immediately started working on what became Open GitOps, which is a set of GitOps principles that that have been vetted and basically represent the community experience and knowledge. We had over 96 people involved. We had over 60 companies involved. It took us about a year, which sounds crazy because it's 4 principles. A lot of work was done to simplify it. The first versions were very long, a lot more long-winded. We tried to simplify everything. So I'm going to go through these principles with you. And a lot of these things should be really familiar to those of you that have been delivering software. So all of these principles describe how we manage state, the desired state and the actual state of the systems that we're running. So first of all, the state should be declarative. A system managed by GitOps must have its desired state expressed declaratively. This should be really familiar. Most people are very familiar with the idea of declarative setup. What does it mean to be declarative versus imperative? Imperative means you're operations oriented. Do X, then Y, then Z. If something goes wrong with X or with Y, you have to build contingencies into your imperative operations to tell it how it should work. Declarative approaches mean you state what your desired outcome is, and you allow the automation and the systems to try to implement that desired state. And this is the one that most people are like, yeah, I get declarative. That totally makes sense. Declarative also is a way of reaching idempotency. Idempotency is the ability to perform an operation and get the same result every time, regardless of what the previous state was. Anybody who's most people are probably familiar with the idea of idempotency, but having idempotent operations for delivering software is so critical. So declarative is number 1. Number 2 is versioned and immutable. Desired state is stored in a way that enforces immutability, versioning, and retains a complete version history. This is where people actually start to get mixed up. You'll notice that in these principles, the word Git is not said anywhere. Only in the title GitOps. In the principles, Git is not said, because when we say that you need to use Git, we weren't just going to say, okay, you just need to use Git. Well, what if Git 2.0 comes out and it's called awesome sauce? You shouldn't use that anymore? No, you should use the requirement is that it's stored in a way that enforces immutability and versioning. And the versioning requirement is very important because as you're using Git, you're not necessarily using versioning depending on how you set your configurations. Very common for people using Kubernetes to deploy the latest tag. Okay, if the image changes, you have a floating tag latest or a floating tag prod or whatever. If you have a change to that image, suddenly you have failures in production. How do you do a rollback? You don't know what the previous desired state was because the previous desired state was just deploy to latest. So now recovering from failure becomes a much more complicated, difficult problem. So being versioned and immutable is about more than just using Git. It's actually using Git in a productive way. Number 3 is pulled automatically. And this is another fundamental shift. For most of software delivery's lifetime, we have been push oriented. I build my thing, I push it out to where it needs to go. What pulled automatically means is that you have automation in place, a software agent that automatically pulls the desired state from the source of truth, which is typically going to be Git, doesn't necessarily have to be. But when it's pulled automatically, it's going to be constantly monitoring what the desired state is. Why is that important? It's not an imperative operation. If I have a CI/CD pipeline that runs off a webhook that's triggered when I make a Git commit, that's going to run my pipeline, right? So everything is fine. So why do I need to monitor the state? Well, what happens if that Git hook fails? Now nothing gets changed. Now you're relying on imperative operations, and imperative operations fail. We need retries. We need to have policy for how those things should happen. So pulled automatically means that a Git agent, a software agent, needs to be always aware of what the desired state is. So it needs to be constantly checking that. And then 4 is continuously reconciled. Software agents continuously observe actual system state and attempt to deploy the desired state. So this is a big fundamental shift, and this is where things, I mean, each one is kind of a divergence from the traditional way that people have approached software delivery. And then here we have a dramatic one. If I was using just Terraform with, a webhook, I've probably got declarative. I probably have version immutable. I'm not pulling automatically, but maybe I just run a cron job that just does a Terraform apply every 5 minutes. So it's sort of happening. But continuously reconciled is another challenge, because with GitOps, we need to be able to monitor the actual state, check for divergence, and then reconcile and say, actually, we need to apply the source of truth. With GitOps, the source of truth is typically going to be in Git. It doesn't have to be. And the other thing that you'll notice about these principles is that at no point do we say anything about Kubernetes. Kubernetes is really, really, really good for implementing these systems, these principles. But there's no reason you have to use Kubernetes to achieve these things. So you could be using other kinds of systems. You could be using serverless. You could be using Nomad or Docker Swarm or whatever. You can definitely achieve the GitOps principles in other systems. Kubernetes is really, really good at it, and it's definitely the best way to do it today, in my opinion, but that's not required. So those are the GitOps principles. They're fairly simple. We do have a glossary that explains a little bit more in depth some of these terms and what we mean. And one of the things that you don't see in here either is exceptions, what things should and shouldn't be managed in Git. So for example, in the glossary, there's a little bit of a discussion about secrets. Should secrets be stored in Git? Well, today we're going to show you how to do it and how to do it securely, but you don't necessarily have to store them in Git. And there are some situations where, let's say you're using something like Vault to store secrets. That's totally okay. That's allowed. It's allowed, meaning that the GitOps police aren't going to show up and kick down your door and arrest you for violating the principles. The other thing is data. So if I have like a database, my schema should probably be in Git, but all of the entries to the database, those probably aren't going to be versioned and immutable, right? So things like that we typically think of as when we talk about the system and how it's described, it's really everything you need to bootstrap and run the system, but not necessarily like database contents. Okay. There we go. So the way that software typically delivered, we talked a little bit about this. I make a Git commit. This fires off some kind of webhook, which triggers some kind of build and pushes, and then there's an imperative operation against production. And what we've seen in the past is people often have failures because somewhere in the imperative process something breaks down, and then they're trying to go and debug these imperative processes, right? And it also means that whatever is deploying the software has to have access to the Kubernetes API, and there are some security implications of that as well. Whereas with GitOps, while we still are going to have build flows, we basically open a pull request at the end of the process to take the new version of our software, and then once it has that, our software agent, which we're going to be using Argo CD, will reconcile that. So pretty much streamlined. There's a huge advantage of it. So as far as use cases go, continuous deployment of applications, continuous deployment of cluster resources, continuous deployment of infrastructure. There are some really great tools that we like, such as Crossplane. So how many people in the room are already familiar with Crossplane? Just give me a raise of hands. I'm so excited to be able to add this piece of knowledge, to your kit. So Crossplane, I would view as a competitor to something like Terraform. Crossplane allows you to describe resources, infrastructure resources, as Kubernetes objects, which then can be tracked in something like Argo CD. And so what you can do is you can say, I want to have an S3 bucket and some load balancers and some EC2 instances. And you can describe that declaratively. And then once it's inside of your cluster, if you're using Terraform to do those things, you would do a Terraform apply. But after that, there's nothing monitoring the state of those systems. So if somebody goes and makes an edit to those systems, somebody makes a manual change, those systems go down, there's nothing that's going to correct that. So this is where, remember, principle 4 is continuously reconciled. So with something like Crossplane, you can describe your infrastructure, not just Kubernetes resources, but you describe all of your infrastructure as Kubernetes resources. And suddenly, if somebody changes that S3 bucket, deletes it, whatever, Crossplane will say, oh, actually, that's supposed to be there. I'm going to put it back. Oh, somebody is changing the EC2 instance. No, thank you. We're going to put it back. So that's a really nice thing that you can do with GitOps, is actually manage all of your infrastructure as well. Detecting and avoiding drift. So the term drift is, get rid of the thing. So the term drift is described in the glossary as when something has changed in the actual state that was not changed in the desired state. So what does that mean? If we're being very strict, let's say that in my desired state, I say that I want 3 replicas. And a controller comes in and says, actually, you should have 4 replicas, and it changes it in our actual state. Drift has now occurred. The actual state of our system is no longer what is described in Git. Now, we're not telling you that you need to give up on using any controllers in Kubernetes that modify your services. What you need to do is have policies in place. So with something like Argo CD, we can actually say, go ahead and ignore differences on this field because I'm going to allow a controller to control this based on the policy that I have in place, so it can burst up and have more pods or whatever. But in that case, drift isn't really a big problem because it's part of normal operation of a system. What are cases where drift can happen when it's not desired? Well, if an attacker gains access to your system and they start deploying additional images, that would be an example of drift, right? That you definitely want to correct. If somebody goes in and starts modifying the images that are on your system, that would be an example of negative drift. Other things that would be included would be a developer trying to make changes directly against the system. Why shouldn't a developer be able to just access production and make changes directly? Is anybody wondering about that question, or is everybody appropriately horrified by the prospect? There are a long list of examples of downtime that has been created by people fat fingering a change. They accidentally change how many AWS outage that happened 3 years ago, 4 years ago, was somebody changing a network configuration. They accidentally changed the number of desired replicas from like 3 to like 3,000, and suddenly we lost AWS West, right? That was somebody connected directly into their systems and modifying them directly. Cloudflare went down. I don't mean to pick on companies. I just forgot this is being streamed out. They're going to be like, hey, man, that's not cool. A big company that does CDN services went down in the cloud with a lot of flair, I should say. They went down because somebody made a network configuration change against production. They made a mistake with how it went, and suddenly half the internet went out. And this stuff has real downstream consequences. There's funny stories. I think these are actually more jokes, but people were like, AWS is down and now I can't turn off my oven. That's a bummer. So and there are also obviously monetary effects. If you look at, I don't mean to bring up Amazon, but Amazon.com again. I think the cost of Amazon.com downtime is around $300,000 per minute. Costco had an outage during Black Friday where I think they lost $45 million in business. So, you know, it's a big deal, right? So you're all here and you're doing this, you're doing this certification because you know how big of a deal it is. So I don't need to harp on it too much. The other great use case for GitOps is multi-cluster deployments. So managing a single cluster on its own is already challenging, but tracking configurations across many different environments and how those are going to operate is something that we're going to get into more in the level 2 this afternoon, modeling our environments and promoting changes from staging to production and those kinds of things, and showing how that would work across multiple regions. Most of that's going to take place in the afternoon. For pros and cons, big pros: faster deployments, safer deployments, easier rollbacks, straightforward auditing, better traceability, and no configuration drift. Already pretty good, pretty damn good. If we can accomplish these things, right? The ability just to do a rollback to prevent. This is something, you know, where if you have downtime, if you can just do a git revert and everything is going to be fine, suddenly your mean time to repair is going to go down. How often, let's do a little poll, and this is anonymous, again, nobody can see you. But in the Discord, I would love to hear people, you know, what people say. But how many people are deploying daily right now? A handful. How many people are deploying weekly? Okay, handful. How many people are deploying monthly? Yeah. How many people are deploying quarterly? Okay, that's the cutoff in a few people deploying quarterly in the room. Yearly, yeah, annually, once annually. Woo! That's a big update. Well, if you have bigger releases, those releases contain more changes. The more changes you have in a release, the more risk you have. So by having more frequent releases, more atomic commits, you are reducing the potential impact of any one commit, and you're also isolating which changes could be causing problems. One of the biggest benefits of GitOps is not listed here. It's because of these things, a byproduct is faster software delivery. Because you can remediate quicker, you have more confidence in deploying more frequently. You have better processes in place so the developers can get their code into production more quickly. So the big four are the DORA metrics. If you're not familiar with DORA metrics, this is DevOps research and assessment. This was a project that was worked on by Google and a number of others of what are the 4 metrics that best describe performant organizations' effective software delivery teams. And they are deployment frequency, mean time to repair or recovery. How early in the morning is it? I had them all. I know them like the back of my hand. Come on. Deployment frequency, mean time to repair or recovery, change failure rate. So how often does a change introduce a failure? And change lead time. Thank you. Sorry. Goodness gracious. So we need to double up with coffee. Get the doubles out. Lead time for changes is a huge one. How long from the time that people start working to the time when the code is actually delivered? Okay. So now all of you can take the GitOps theory quiz. So this is a check-in. We'll see how we're doing. If there's anything that wasn't covered, and then while you're doing that, if anybody has any questions, I can take those before we get into the other exercises. You're going to say, how do I do it with Argo CD? We're going to cover that. The quiz isn't graded. It's graded for yourself. Yeah. And it helps us monitor how quickly people are moving along. I'll give you one hint. Under major disadvantages with GitOps, not being very good at auditing is not the answer. All right, so everybody should be done with their quiz. Hopefully there are no big surprises. Did anybody come out of the quiz and have a big head scratcher? No, okay. All right, so let's move into Argo CD. All right, most people in the room are familiar with Argo CD. We are literally at ArgoCon. Maybe you're coming in, you're more familiar with workflows. You're coming from the other side of the business, or maybe you just showed up at ArgoCon because it's like, hey, I want to come learn about this stuff. Let's get into it. So Argo CD is our recommended GitOps software agent. This is the component that's going to run on your cluster. It's a service that's going to run in your cluster, and it's going to monitor the actual state of the systems, and it's going to look at the desired state that we have defined in Git, and it's going to do reconciliation. I want to clarify one thing about that. Reconciliation does not mean bidirectional. What is the source of truth? Git, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be Git, whole thing, caveats. It's probably going to be Git. You could implement it with Google Sheets. There's a way to do version immutability in Google Sheets, and you can make it happen. You can make Pac-Man in Excel. It's not a great idea, but have fun. It's probably going to be Git. So the source of truth is Git. So if I make a change in my actual state, and then I go and make a change, and then I have a sync that pushes that change into Git, I've now created a little bit of a conflict about where the source of truth is, right? So this is how it's going to operate. And Argo CD can be used to deploy to and manage multiple clusters. So it can manage the cluster that it's on. It can manage itself. So you can upgrade Argo CD using Argo CD. And it can manage clusters that are external to itself. The only requirement for Argo CD is that all of the clusters that you're connected to their APIs need to be accessible to that Argo CD instance. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to be exposed to the entire internet. You could have it on a virtual private cloud. You could have it, the API, on a firewall that's whitelisting to your Argo CD instance or whatever. I tend to not think that I had somebody reach out to me a while ago and they're like, hey man, I want to let you know that I discovered a serious vulnerability with something that you built. I was like, whoa, what is it? And they're like, the Kubernetes API is exposed to the internet. I was like, that sounds serious. But it's not. Having your Kubernetes API exposed to the internet in most cases is not that big of a deal. Depends on your use case. Somebody that's watching this is like, why run the NSA server? Okay, I'll just expose it to the internet. Okay, well, caveats for you, all right? I mean, you do you. But it's probably not that big of a deal to have it exposed in most cases. There are a lot of cases where it is, and you should use like a virtual private cloud or something like that. Argo CD has basic deployment capabilities and has the ability to set synchronization policies. So how synchronization should happen. Is it manual? So you have to click a button to sync. Is it automatic? So it automatically picks and applies changes. While GitOps is opinionated about how reconciliation should be automated, it should be remembered that you are on a journey and you don't have to get to the destination right away. If your organization is not ready for automatic sync, you don't necessarily have to jump into the deep end. You can start with manual sync, get comfortable with it, and you can move to automatic sync. So it's better to do something that's accessible to your organization and move forward than it is to just try to push them off the cliff all the way and make them change all at once. That can be a little more painful. We also have the ability to do this all declaratively. And then Argo CD is part of a family of projects. So there's also Argo Rollouts, which is a progressive delivery controller. There is Argo Workflows, which is a general purpose workflow engine for Kubernetes. And there is our Argo Events, which is event handling for Kubernetes, generally used with Argo Workflows. All of these tools were designed so that they could be used completely independently of one another and not have any requirement that you use them together. Generally, Argo Workflows and Argo Events are over here. People use those quite a bit together. Argo CD and Argo Rollouts are kind of over here, and people use those quite often together. But like I said, they can all be used independently. So for installation of Argo CD, we can do this manually pretty easily, right? We can just kubectl, create a namespace, and apply the manifests, and you're rocking and rolling. One of the tools that we recommend is a tool called Argo CD Autopilot. And this is a project that we built to make an opinionated, declarative, GitOps compliant installation of Argo CD. So what this does is it gives you a command that you can run, which will bootstrap this will bootstrap an Argo CD instance and your Git repo and write all of the configuration into Git. And then you can, if you want to upgrade Argo CD, you can just make a Git commit. If you want to add an application, you just do Git commit. So this is a great way to see how a declarative setup of Argo CD should work. So check out Argo CD Autopilot. It's open source. It's part of Argo Project Labs, and great way to run this stuff in a compliant way. I am shocked consistently by how many people are using. They're like, oh, we're doing GitOps fully. And when I look at how they're running Argo CD, it's not managed declaratively. And you're like, okay, so what if you need to do disaster recovery? Blank face, right? I don't know. Well, if you don't know how to do the disaster recovery, you're probably not doing GitOps. That's probably a good sign. So we do recommend Autopilot. It's excellent. And you can follow the patterns that are there. There's also a community Helm chart for Argo CD. It's best understood that the Helm chart for Argo CD is not project maintained, it's community maintained. That's a very subtle, nuanced difference, but there tend to be more options in the community Helm chart, I'll put it that way. For things that can be customized, how you want to expose Argo CD, by default, Argo CD is not going to be exposed, and you'll need to either proxy in, or you'll need to change the load balancer to expose the service externally. And yeah, once it's ready, you can authenticate and just add users, or you can connect a single sign-on provider and add in external people. So let's do a live exercise now. For this live exercise, we will be setting up Argo CD. We'll expose the UI, and this is also your chance to get familiar with the lab environment. And we'll see if we provision enough environments. These lab environments are very cool. It's recommended you do not use incognito mode while working through the certification. There do need to be third-party cookies enabled and some other things. I actually haven't had issues with this. I use Brave, which blocks a lot of external stuff, and I don't think that I have the shields down or anything for these labs. This is going to boot. It'll take a minute or two. It's going to basically create a VM, and it has the tooling installed on it. As we get into the exercises later, it'll actually have Argo CD set up in specific different states for the environment that we're going after. Any questions so far? Oh, go to learning.codefresh.io and sign up. Any questions from the Discord? Okay.
Someone actually, there was a question. I answered it, but maybe.
Yeah, sure. Let's put it out. Can you use SVN with Argo CD? I don't think we have support for SVN.
But Argo does have a plugin feature.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there is a source code management plugin interface in Argo CD, so you could add support for any source code management. Basically, I think the way that it works is it hooks in and it says we'll run a container to run commands to pull in code, and then it just passes that code into the rest of the systems. Yeah, good question. Yep, everything is going to be done in the browser. Yeah, we've done a lot of workshops over the years, and we've found that 99% of our time is spent dealing with people's computers and less with the labs. Like, oh, you brought a Chromebook with 2 gigs of RAM and you're trying to run Minikube. Okay. Well, try it. All right, so mine's ready. Like I said, I'll go through and do these exercises live. If I'm talking too much and you need to put on your headphones, I won't be offended if you can't do both. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to create. Oh yeah, let me make it a little bit bigger. Namespace Argo CD, and then we're going to apply the Argo CD to the Argo CD namespace, the manifests here. You can click the copy and paste button, like type things out. So you can see this is going to create all our services, and we can get the services afterwards, and we can see that they're still. Oh. It's that W's watch. Redis may take a few minutes. We had an issue with Redis getting blocked because too many people were trying to pull it, but and Docker Hub was blocking it. But I don't expect that to be an issue with the environments because everybody's pulling from separate IP addresses basically. But I am getting an image pullback off error. I don't. Yeah, flag in the chat if you're having that issue. So I'm having it live. And I bet I'm hitting rate limiting from GitHub or Docker IO. Oh. This is Marcus progressing. Failed to pull an unpack image. Redis Alpine failed to resolve reference. So this actually isn't giving me a rate limiting error. Oh, oh yeah. I could log in with Docker. I don't think we have it in the VM anyway. So to resolve this is the best way to install Docker and then log in. Yeah, okay. So sure, let's do it. Apt install docker.io. Oh, are we just having network errors? Look at that. Can't pull that one. Yeah. If someone can make a Costco run for more internet, appreciate it. If you're having issues and you need to do a Docker login, you'll need to kill the pod afterwards. So I will. Let's see. I don't want to share my password. I'm going to stop the share for a second, if you don't mind. Well, actually, I'll show you for another second here. The way you get this. So you go to hub.docker.
Yeah, it takes it off of the.
But you have to kill the pod afterwards. Oh, and so it wouldn't let you log in? Oh, interesting. We can. Okay, let me stop the share for a second. You're going to go in and you're going to generate a new access token. Oh yeah, and it blocks the VM anyway. Ooh. This isn't actually an issue that we've had before, and we've had hundreds of people do this at the same time. So we haven't had issues. We did it. We did a run through like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago with a few hundred people, and we didn't have any issues. I can't curl it. What do you think, Kostas? I could close the lab and open it again, and it might dump me onto a different VM. It'll put me onto a different VM. Probably my best bet. Yeah, we'd have to upload them elsewhere and then change all the manifests. Are they hosted on Quay? Well, I think we're just doing the yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna start a new lab, I think, and see if it just puts me into a different one. Oh, how do I kill a VM? The stop button. Where's the stop button? Like maybe I just went back to over to here. I could go over to here. No. Dang, this has been so bulletproof. We always brag about our environments. Okay. By raise of hands, how many people are stuck on the exercise? That's a good chunk.
Yeah, everyone on the Discord saying well, a lot of
I guess we can go try to shut down all the VMs and then have them all re-provision and maybe get different ones. Docker is blocking us. It's never been an issue. When we did the run through 2 weeks ago, we had several hundred people doing it. It wasn't an issue. They might have literally just changed how strict they are on trying to filter and block people now. From Docker Hub or from Rancher? Yeah. Yeah. Kostas, are you on with instruct? So maybe in the meantime. No, well, so actually what I think I'll do is I'm gonna run through it locally. Remember how I was like bragging about how stupid local setups were? So I'm gonna use Rancher desktop. You can use Docker desktop. you should, yeah, you could use kind, but you should log into Docker Hub so that it won't rate limit you, which is obviously the issue that we're having right now. So I'm going to reset my instance, my Kubernetes here. And then I'll just start doing the exercises locally. So in the meantime, we are also just getting in contact with Instruct and seeing if maybe we can just move to a different set of VMs or something so we can reconnect. Yeah. I haven't had this issue with stuff hosted on Quay.
No, they don't think it. Not yet.
Okay, I'm gonna do a reset here. I like Rancher Desktop quite a bit, but Docker Desktop should work just fine as well. There'll be some minor nuances with how they handle local traffic. Yeah, if you're stuck, so we'll see if we can get it resolved. If you want to install Docker Desktop or Rancher Desktop, you can do that and we can kind of follow along on the exercises and then we'll pick up on the theory as we go into the other sections. So that'll take a second. All right, so my local Kubernetes instance is ready. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I should be. There we go. How many other things should break? Come on. All right. Let me reshare here. All right, so I'm just going to go to clear this out and we can start doing stuff. No, what I said to use Kubernetes is disabled. Enable Kubernetes. It was like starting VMs. What was I missing? Yeah, it'll take a few minutes. Kostas, do the other VMs have the images baked into them, don't they? It doesn't have to repull the images. Or yeah, so those VMs are stopping. Yeah. They started, pulled the, oh, so the hot starts killed us? Do you want to go disable the other hot start? I think it might have already started. Oh. Okay, perfect. So it looks like we have a solution coming. In the meantime, let's I've got my local cluster here so we can get started. So I will first create the namespace Argo CD, and then I'm going to apply these manifests here to trigger the installation. Then we're going to get our pods and we will watch these. And I shouldn't get an error because I'm logged in through Docker Desktop to Docker Hub. So it knows you need to log in locally. You need to log in locally. Yeah. In order to do this workaround.
Hopefully the next lab. Right?
The next lab, it actually shouldn't be an issue because we're going to be able to switch them all into different IP addresses. So what happened, for those that are curious, when we run these labs, we can hot start a whole bunch of them so they're available and ready to go for people. And what happened is we hot started a whole bunch of them, and then a bunch of those started properly, but then when we started getting into the labs, it was starting to move into these other VMs. And so we basically used up a lot of our API usage before because we set things up to be ready to use. So crushed it. All right, these shouldn't take too long. To come online. Yeah, Kubernetes 1.24. Yeah, good. So what we're doing with our lab partner right now is they're migrating us to a new setup where each VM will be on its own IP address. So then we shouldn't have any more rate limiting issues. So we'll get through it. Thanks for bearing with us. A little painful. Stuff happens. But there's no group of people I'd rather be sharing it with than you. Okay, I got Redis running. I'm surprised that my containers are even taking this long to start. Sorry? Could be just slow to pull them. The Redis one started. Yeah, shouldn't have to do it for too long. Pulled image, just fine. This one pulled from Quay. Those ones are fine. Okay, I'm down to one more pod. All right, so we're just waiting for Dex to start. Okay, Dex has started. All right, so I've got Argo CD running. So I'm not going to hit check because that's not going to do anything. It's not going to let me. What I'm going to do actually. All right, so I've deployed it. So now I'm going to expose it. So to do this, oh, well, this isn't local, so I'm gonna have to check out the repo. Stick and move, guys, you know? There it is. Because I also don't have the local files that we set up for the lab. I mean, I can just do it. I used to do it not the certification way, I guess. So if we look at the service, the Argo CD server here is what we want to be able to get access to. In order to do this, kind of skipping the lab style here, but first I'm going to need to get the secret that has the initial admin password. So if I do get secrets, Argo CD, you're going to see that it creates a secret called Argo CD initial admin secret. So K get secret CD, output this into YAML, and you'll see within this secret there's a password. In Kubernetes, this is base 64 encoded. So I need to decode this. And that's going to pop out a usable password. I'm going to pipe this into pbcopy, which works on Macs if you have it installed, which is just going to copy and paste it, copy it for me to my notepad. Otherwise, you would just copy this bit right here. And then we can expose the service by doing, we just need to modify this. Now we can either do a port forward by doing K port forward service / Argo CD - server namespace Argo CD, and then 8080 is going to be the local port, or 80. Or we can actually modify the service directly. So we can do K kubectl edit service Argo CD server CD, and we can just modify. We shouldn't have to do this as we get into the next exercises because we're resetting everything right now. So this is like the workaround. But maybe you'll learn something too, because we're like playing around in the guts of stuff. We're going off track. This is off script, folks.
Someone said, this is the imperative way.
Yes, this is the imperative way of doing it. So you're going to see the benefit of what you don't have to do by doing it in the declarative way. So right now it's set to type cluster IP. This means it's only going to be available in the cluster. You have to use VI by default to edit this. I'm going to change it to load balancer, and we'll right quit. So now as I get those services again, we should get an IP address assigned. I can't remember actually how branch or desktop handles load balancer. So this would be the other option. I'm not going to wait for it. I'm just going to do the port forward method. So I'll do K port forward service Argo CD load balancer. And now I can go into my browser and go to localhost 8080. Connection is not going to be private. I don't mind. And here we are. So I actually showed you how to get the admin password, but this one, I forgot these manifests we set up with no auth. So it's not requiring an admin password. All right, so now we're into Argo CD, just 40 minutes behind schedule. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. So the next thing to do, we can also authorize the GitHub CLI. If you don't have this installed, you can run this command, or you can just Google it and you'll find it. I'll throw this in the chat here. Throw this in the Discord too. All right, so once I've got Argo CD installed, I'm not going to interrupt my port forward here. I'm going to keep that going. So I'm just going to open a new Argo CD. And you can see I've got it installed with Argo CD version. And it's not currently connected to a cluster. So I'm going to do Argo CD login. And I'm going to set port forward and port forward namespace to Argo CD. So what this is going to do is it's going to look at the Kubernetes cluster I'm connected to, and it's going to set up a port forward automatically to connect to that service. So I don't have to worry about having exposed with the load balancer. And because I'm authing, well, here I can use the password, right? So that we got earlier, which I will re-get again. Okay, so now I'm logged in and I can do an app list. I was just logged in. Yeah, what was the? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so you can see we don't have any listed right now. Oh yeah, and Rancher Desktop isn't going to give me an external IP address. Okay, good now. All right, so we've already logged in. That's actually the beginning exercise, just installing it, showing how to log in. So you can see you can log in with the CLI, you can do port forward login and pass commands through the port forward, or you can port forward into the browser and we can start operating it. Okay, so let's go into the next bit. And hopefully in the next exercise, we actually won't have issues. We should be able to get them resolved. So creating an application in the UI is what most people start doing as soon as they get into Argo CD. And so we're going to create an application. And when we get into this next section, your policy is going to specify if things are going to be synchronized automatically, which means it'll automatically check for changes. But it doesn't mean it necessarily will apply those because there are additional sections there. The source repository URL or Git is where we're going to be pulling things from. That's the source of truth. I think actually this part. Sorry, guys. Let me back up a second. We can just do this in the exercise. So let's go into the live exercise and let's do the, we'll explain it as we go. We don't need to reread all those bits. So we're going to provision a new VM and hopefully, Kostis, did you disable the hop starts? You did. Okay, cool. So this will provision a new VM and each of these should get different IP addresses. So hopefully this next one will be okay. Okay, perfect. You're gonna announce it on the Discord? Oh, I'll announce it for the Discord. Sorry. For those online, we do have a fix. It is per track. So Kostis is going through and fixing the tracks. And basically what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to spread out our usage across more IP addresses. So knock on wood, we shouldn't run into rate limiting. it's a bummer of a thing to run into, but I guess it does demonstrate a good point about your systems that you rely on, because when it comes to deploying deploying the resources, if you're not hosting your own images or you don't have a plan in place for how you're going to access those, rebootstrapping your system suddenly becomes an issue. So for disaster recovery explanation, there's a good lesson in here for all of us. Yeah, mirror your images. Yeah. It's good security reasons to do it too. We should make a lab to show you how to mirror all of your images and make it really easy, so people can start doing it. We don't have the images set up to be cached on the VM. Is that an option we could do? We could have them pre-pulled on the VM. Yeah. All right, my VM is ready. So let's see how we go. So well, we'll see. Let's see if I run into anything. So the repo we're going to be working out of is this CodeFresh contrib GitOps certification examples, and you can use these locally as well. We have a simple application with a deployment and a service here. We'll just look at that very quickly. If we look at the deployment, it's deploying a Docker image that Costas made, a simple little app. We're going to set up Argo CD now. So here, we actually haven't fixed this lab yet. So we'll see if this one boots up for everybody. We're getting a little bit ahead of the fixes. But how about a big shout out for Costas for going through and fixing all these things on the back end, you know? Yes. Send your vibes. He's pushing directly into production, yeah. It was funny yesterday at ArgoCon, I was giving my talk and I had agonized a bunch about the demos and making sure they were going to work really smoothly. And for those of you that saw it, everything went super smooth. Everything worked perfectly. It was actually, everything was so perfect. I was like, maybe it's underwhelming because like more stuff didn't break, you know? And then I checked afterwards. I was like, guys, that went super smooth. Everything was good, right? And they're like, yeah. The live stream cut out though, so that was a bummer. It's like, come on. Built the demo, had it work, and then the live stream has to cut out. Luckily, it cut out after the demo. So for all the people that were streaming it, they got to experience what the demo was, but then they didn't get to find out how it worked. So that's okay. Maybe they'll reach out and ask me, or they'll just wait for the YouTube probably. I'm probably running into, this is basically setting up Argo CD and it's waiting for the images to come online. And since we haven't fixed this track yet, maybe we won't go. Well, while that's going, I can deploy this application using my local version. So I'm going to create application and I've got my source of truth here. under these GitOps certification examples. So I'm just going to name this demo app. I'll leave it in the default project. Projects are groupings you can use for permissions, as well as for setting like default destinations. So if I have several Kubernetes clusters connected, I can say this project always deploys to that cluster. This project always deploys to that cluster. You can do things like that. I'm going to do a manual sync policy to start, but I'll just show you on an automatic. There are two options. One is to prune resources. So what this does is if something is removed from Git, it will automatically delete that resource. When you're doing GitOps, you probably want this option enabled, right? Self-heal means that if there's a divergence that happens in the actual state, Argo CD will actually override that divergence. So these are both extra things that you have to enable. So to do full GitOps fully, we would enable both of these things, but I'm going to do manual for the moment just to demonstrate how it works. You can skip schema validation. This is useful if right now, as of Argo CD 2.4 and below, you can run into issues sometimes with like CRD creation, where it'll try to validate a manifest, but it'll see that the CRDs don't exist yet. Or for example, with like Prometheus, because it is such a large manifest, you can run into issues where it's not able to fully validate the schema, even though it's valid. And so that's why that option exists. We're not going to need it today. You can auto create the namespace. So if a namespace doesn't exist, it'll be automatically created. Apply out of sync only means exactly what it says. And prune last means that when things are being deleted, which is pruning, removing them, this application is set so that it prunes after other things in priority. So that's all. And then replace is also useful. Prometheus is another good example where with Prometheus, because the manifests are so large, Kubernetes adds a last applied configuration into that manifest. So suddenly it gets way extra large. And so using replace will allow it to deal with that. And replace is also useful for things like jobs. If you modify a Kubernetes job, it doesn't resubmit the job. But if you replace it, it'll delete it and add it again. So you can run the job again. So that's what those options are. For my source repository, I will pick the certifications example. I'm going to set the revision to head. So it's going to always just be up to date with whatever it's using. And then the path that I'm going to deploy is this simple app deployment. So I should be able to just do simple app, simple dash app / deployment. And then I'm going to deploy to, where can I click? Awesome. Okay. I'll deploy this to local cluster, and I'm just going to leave this in the default namespace for the moment. And we will create this app. Oh, my spec. Because now I'm stuck actually on the wrong VM. My goodness. Yeah, if you started it too early like I did, I'm probably stuck on an old VM now where it won't be fixed. What am I missing here, Christian? Got my simple app directory.
Oh, HTTP.
Oh, that's stupid. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. No. It sees the path. I don't ever deploy plain manifest. Oh. How to internet. All right, so now I've created my app. Everybody that's watching is like, why are we listening to this guy? He sucks. Oh man. All right, so I've created my app and you can see that it's currently out of sync because I have it synced to manual. It shows that I should have a service, I should have a deployment. And now if I trigger a sync, you can see that prune would remove resources if they need to be removed. Dry run will do a test only. Apply once will make sure that it won't retry anything. Force does what it means. Force. So anyway, I'll just hit synchronize on this. Yeah, like he looks tired. He sucks at this. All right, so now that I've got my app deployed, you can see it's created my service. It's created the deployment, which has a resource group in the pod. So now we can view all of the things that are going on with our applications. I can look in a pod. I can see the logs that are running. Starting with Argo 2.5, you can also optionally enable terminal access. That's not on by default because it's a security risk, right? You want to have role-based access controls around that. So you can do a lot of cool stuff in here. We've deployed our application. And if we modify our application, we edit this and we set our sync policy to automatic. So like, let's delete this. Actually, let's do it this way. So we'll delete this really quick. Demo-app. We've nuked it. Let's create it again. Demo app. Default. And this time we're going to do an automatic sync policy. And let's auto create a namespace. And simple app. And to the local cluster. And we could do to a new state namespace if we wanted, because we checked that auto create namespace. And we should be able to create. And now in this case, it's picked everything up and it's automatically syncing it. So I don't have to push a sync. So there you go. Manual sync versus automatic sync. Easy peasy. Oh, good. My instance is ready. So we could do it. We can also do this with the CLI. Oh, the UI says it's not running yet. Oh yeah, this one's stuck in print. Yeah, so we just demoed it though, so I think we're probably okay to move on to the next exercise, which should work for us. So there is a little quiz you can follow that you should do. So go ahead and follow through the quiz. And let's get into the next bit. All right, that was a really rough start to the morning. I'm feeling like we're going to be better off as we go into the next bit. And then I think, what time is our morning break? Just lunch break. Okay, yeah. So if you need to go get a drink or whatever, you're welcome to, but you should have done it when the stuff was broken. Yeah, their next exercises are working. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the reconciliation loop. Oh man. Oh no. They're like, we've first I went and followed you on Twitter, and then I unfollowed you in protest. Well, you weren't following me the first time. All right. So by default, Argo CD is going to sync every 3 minutes. So what happens during synchronization? First, it gathers all the applications that are marked for auto synchronization. It fetches the latest Git manifests and from all the repositories, and it compares the Git state to its cluster state. If both states are the same, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to keep the state as synced. If the states have diverged, it'll mark it as out of sync. One of the things you'll notice if you're using something like a controller to modify resources, and you haven't marked ignore differences, and let's say that you have, let's say Argo CD is set up so that it's going to fix any drift that happens automatically. And then you have a controller that's modifying the manifest once it's applied. Argo CD will sync it, get it fixed. The other controller will modify it. That'll create a divergence. Argo CD will sync, get it fixed. The other controller will come in. You see where this is going. So we call this flapping. Flapping is when it's like moving between states and it's getting stuck resynchronizing. You can modify the default synchronization period in the config map. Most Argo CD options are modified in the Argo CD-CM config map, and you can change the timeout reconciliation to be 4 minutes or less. You can disable synchronization completely by switching to 0, and you can also add webhooks so that when webhooks, if there's a change to a repo, it'll fire off a webhook to trigger synchronization from Argo CD. One of the options with one of the thing about that, because we talked earlier, you're like, hey, what's that? Yes, no, yeah, I'm on 2. Yeah, sorry, I'm on 3, and we just started 3. Yeah, what was I saying? I was saying that you're like, hey, why do we need webhooks? Because when we talked about the GitOps principles, we said we should be checking the state automatically. Yes, that doesn't mean you can't use a webhook to trigger that to happen more quickly. That's fine, but you shouldn't be relying entirely on a webhook. All right, so let's kick off the next exercise. Okay, for this one, we're going to need to fork the repo into our own account. So while this is setting up, you're going to go to this repo and you're going to fork it into your own account. Now, I already forked it. So it's going to see that I have one right here. Actually, I should resynchronize this. I should discard everything. There we go. Okay, so now I'm back. I've reset back to normal state, and I'm going to check this out locally. Or you can actually do it in the. I don't need to check that out. All right. Okay, so once you fork this, because one of the challenging things with doing these exercises is that you actually be able to modify Git, right? Because we're going to be doing GitOps, so we should be able to operate in that way. So what we're going to do in this track is we'll change the application in Git and have it redeploy, and we'll have Argo CD detect differences, and we'll show how to make changes in the cluster and then see the diff. So we can monitor this stuff happening. These ones now should work, and we're hearing in the Discord, it sounds like people are having these work now. Oh, boy, just kudos to all of you for like sticking through all of those. I don't want to speak too soon, but like sticking through all of that nonsense of stuff not working. Docker rate limiting was a big controversial change when they made it 2 years ago, and for me, it remains controversial. For all the people on Twitch, I think we're gonna set up some like donation goals, like $5, and I'll bring out the hot tub. $10. Yeah, $2 on dance. Give me a super sub. Don't do any super subs. There's no reason to. I'm just joking. People are like, super sub? Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, like this dude with this dude that doesn't know what he's doing and has broken flab. Definitely want to follow him. We need to start doing these before the conference so that we're still, ready to go. Not knocked out. All right. Now that I've got this going, my application is going to be /todayWasAwesome on GitHub. So let's take a look at the manifest really quick. Not this one. Close all my extra windows here. Let's get into it. All right. So now I'm going to go in and look, Argo CD is working. Oh, my lab is working. Woo! Thank you. All right. All right. Take it to the limit. Let's go. Let's go. All right. The rest of this thing is going to be like a montage of awesome. So I'm going to create my application demo. Boom. Default. I've shown this to you. Boom. You know how it works. And let's see. In this exercise, we're going to do. Which lab am I in? What did I say? Oh, yeah. I'm restarting it. Yeah. Why am I stuck? Why am I restarting? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll just leave it. That's fine. We'll just, yeah. Okay. We'll just do this really quick. It'll just feel good to get that win under our belt, All right. Simple app, create as default, and I can create this bad boy. Just kidding. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what somebody was saying. They were like, replace your user. And I was like, what? I'm already logged in, bro. That's, oh no, yeah, this is a different, yes, this is the next exercise. It's things are not going well enough for people to be messing with me, all right? All right. So yes, like we would expect, everything is not synchronized yet. And you should know already that we just need to trigger synchronization in order to get this going. We showed that, except now we're doing it using our application, right, from my own repo. I can verify the deployments are there in Kubernetes. That should be. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Dude, get some smelling salts in here, man. All right, so yes, all right, we've deployed it, great. All right, so now let's deploy a second version using Git. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a commit in this simple deploy YAML, and we're just gonna change the version from version 1 to version 2 on our simple app. So I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna edit it in the UI. Not get too fancy, Dan. This will work. Commit the changes. And once we go back into the Argo CD UI, will we see it be out of sync right away? No, because the synchronization period is every 4 minutes, right? So we can do a refresh without syncing, and this will show that we're now out of sync, and we can look and see where our divergence is. So on our deployment, we can see Mac is stuck in the UI. On the deployment, we can see a diff, and the diff will show us that we actually should have a different version deployed. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, everything should get checked fine. Whew. All right. Now, like we said, Argo CD also detects the changes. So we're going to trigger a synchronization from the CLI by doing Argo CD app sync demo. And this is the exact same as pushing synchronize in the UI. It's just doing it through the CLI. We can wait for it. It should already be done, so it's not going to need to wait at all. Now, let's say that we create a divergence. So what we're going to do is we're going to scale up the number of replicas in that simple deployment to 3. And now we should see a divergence. So as we go back to our UI, we click in here and we look at our deployment and we look at the diff, we can see that the live manifests now say 3, the replicas are now at 1. We don't have auto repair enabled, right? So it's not going to correct this for me. So let's move to the next step. Great. And if you enjoyed the track, give it a big thumbs up. Like and subscribe, folks. All right, application health. So apart from sync status, we also have application health. Just because all your resources sync doesn't mean they're working. So that's what application health is about. So healthy means everything is running properly. Nothing is reporting bad health checks. Within Kubernetes, we have this concept of health checks within pods. And so you can set monitoring for pods so they can make sure that things are working properly. Progressing means it's healthy, but it's trying to get everything out. Sorry, it's not healthy. It means, so for example, if a pod is starting, it'll be stuck in progressing. If pod readiness checks have not been completed, it'll be stuck in progressing. Suspended typically means that something is paused, usually like cron jobs, things like that. Missing means resources have not made it onto the cluster for some reason. And then degraded means it couldn't reach a healthy status in a predetermined set of time. Unknown means it doesn't know what's going on, obviously. So in general, there are a couple of different kinds of resources. So deployments, replica sets, stateful sets, and daemon sets are considered healthy if observed generation is equal to the desired generation and the number of replicas is equal. For some Kubernetes resources or custom resources, you can create health checks with Lua scripts. So these will be specific, but we don't need to get into these too much. We go a little bit into how to create these health checks, but I think we're going to move in to the next thing. So on synchronization strategies, manual versus auto pruning of resources, and self-heal of a cluster. We already described what those are, so I don't think I need to go into them again. So I think we can now go into auto synchronization and self-healing. We'll kick off the next lab. One of the other options is to set the Kubernetes deletion finalizer when you create applications. And the deletion finalizer in Kubernetes, a resource cannot be deleted as long as a finalizer is set. This is just generic to all Kubernetes. When whatever is holding that finalizer releases something, that finalizer will be removed by that controller. So if you've ever tried to delete like a persistent volume or a persistent volume claim, oftentimes you'll have like a storage class that has a finalizer on it that needs to finish. Have you ever had a resource get stuck deleting where the finalizer will never clear? Has anybody ever had this happen? Yeah, a handful of people. Very common. I've had this issue where like namespaces will get stuck. You can't delete them and the finalizer won't remove, and you have to just manually remove the finalizer. So what happens with Argo CD is if you set a Argo CD deletion finalizer, Argo CD controls the the deletion of that object. So that means that just a story time, since we have a second here, this was great for somebody from the community, had a very large cluster with a ton of resources running on it. And he had set the deletion finalizer, meaning that Argo CD was supposed to mark when things would get deleted. Now, for some reason, he deleted Argo CD from the cluster. So what happens to a Kubernetes object when the thing running its finalizer is removed? Some people are snickering already. All of those objects will be removed automatically because the controller of the finalizer isn't there. So Kubernetes will recognize that and say, oh, you're waiting for somebody that's not there. We'll just go ahead and finish deleting you right now because there's no reason to. So suddenly they had like 600 apps just get deleted because they had set that. Now, because we're doing GitOps, not that big of a deal because I can actually just reconnect my Argo CD, bootstrap it, and we'll be back up and running within a few minutes. So just to be aware of what that is, you know, stories, tidbits while we wait for things to load and boot. You know, this morning's triggering all of those labs to start and then get us blocked basically means we paid for a whole bunch of environments that we didn't use. Nobody tell my CFO. You're all sworn to secrecy. If you're watching on Twitch, I'll be the one to break the news to the CFO. Nobody else. Yeah, he's going to cancel Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Sorry? So the lab provider we use is called Instruct, and behind the scenes, they're using AWS and GCP. GCP mostly, okay. All right, so again, we're using our forked repo. We've already done this, so I'm gonna move on to the next step. These little breaks that it has in here are sometimes just to make sure that the environment is fully started and stuff. All right, so now we're going to use the UI to create our application again. Again, we're going to do the default project, but this time we're going to set a sync policy to automatic. You can also prune resources and self-heal. It's not going to matter for this exercise. And then we'll go ahead and set our repository URL. And I'm going to, I think I still have it. Oh, no, I don't still have it pasted. So I'm going to copy and paste, and I'll remember to replace my username. I'm definitely paying attention now. And we'll go to the sync strategies folder. I'm just going to copy and paste. I don't trust myself this morning. It's like, why am I trying to get smart? We're just going to deploy this to the default namespace. Once we're done, we'll go ahead and create this application. And we should see it be picked up and synchronized automatically. Yeah. Let's just restart it. All our stuff. I actually don't like using this in full screen because I can't see my tabs. Because the existing one is still sitting there, of course. Yeah, I had this whole speech about finalizers. Oh yeah. Applications are CRDs, so you can actually look at them directly. I do a force on it. Oh, equals all. Oh, it's already deleted, so. Thanks, Kostas. Probably will complain at me. So. Well, it won't let me move to a different one. My cluster's all stuck now. Do demo 2 over here. My check will probably fail. I'll just skip it. Something's stalling, man. It's like my cluster is failing to like schedule. Which event? Yeah. It's like the Kubernetes API isn't kicking stuff out. feel like something's not started. No, they're not started. Oh.
At this point, I need to go into the logs of the.
Yeah, Argo CD is like stalled. Okay, well, we showed you how to do the commits and how to enable sync when we were going off track, so I don't think we need to dwell on this one too long. Manual changes we talked about, we detected it, and we could have it automatically check. I think we'll skip this one too. Like, let's go. Let's just go into secrets management. Let's go into secrets management. All right. All right, let's go into secrets management. We demoed everything. We just did it all out of order in Skiwampus. So let's just try to get like back on track. How many people have actually just gone ahead and done a bunch of other exercises at this point? A couple people. Okay, we just skipped ahead. That's fine. Yeah, don't put up with my BS anymore. All right, so let's talk about managing secrets. We talked a little bit about it earlier. There is no total consensus around secrets management. There are some great solutions out there like HashiCorp Vault, which with HashiCorp Vault, it's not necessarily stored in a version in an immutable way, the secrets, but maybe that's considered part of the data of the application. So the way that Kubernetes secrets work is they basically store things in just base 64 encoded. So that means that anybody that has access to the secret can decode it from base 64 to decoding. We showed you how to do that with Argo CD initial admin secret earlier. So one of the secrets that secret providers we really like is called Bitnami Sealed Secrets Controller. And the way this works is this allows you to write a secret to Git, and it is basically decrypted and mounted into the cluster. So this allows us to have our secrets stored in Git. So that's not what you have to use, but we do like sealed secrets because you can actually version your secrets right alongside your other sources. The thing to watch out with sealed secrets is that they are encrypted basically with a public key for your cluster. And that means if you have many clusters, then you have many public keys, and key management can get a little bit hairy as you start to scale the use of that. I think I mostly already explained it here. Encrypting these secrets you can do locally, and you just need to install the sealed secrets tool called kubectl, which will encrypt secrets that you can then put into Git. So you can like run kubectl and then have it output an encrypted version that you can encrypt, that you can then apply, or commit into Git. So let's just go into the exercise because you're going to see it pretty well here. All right, so secrets with GitOps. Let's launch this exercise. Again, we do need to have a fork of that repo available. We forked it earlier. So in this case, we're not going to be working with the simple app. We're going to be working with the secret app. Use the fork. We're going to be using this secret app over here. We have this never commit to Git with unsealed secrets and decrypted. Let me check those out. So here we're going to install the sealed secrets controller, and we'll also encrypt secrets, commit them to Git, and then we'll go through the decryption and mount them. Let's just time check because we spent a lot of time on a lot of other stuff, but yeah, we should be able to get through the declarative setup, and maybe we'll pick one to do it with Helm or customize, and then we'll move into progressive delivery so we can get done on time. What's up in the Discord? Is there Discord?
I asked everyone what they're using. A lot of people using some secrets. Someone's using customized with case stops.
Stops is great.
Yeah. And most are using Vault.
Vault, yeah, Vault's very popular. Nice thing about sealed secrets is it's free, which makes it roughly infinitely cheaper than Vault. But Vault is very convenient. You got key rotation and stuff like that. It's great. Oh, nice. Yeah, shout out to you, Twitch folks. Hopefully you're all rocking and rolling now. You're able to get the exercises going. All right, go ahead and start this. Okay, so again, I forked it, right? So let's check out the manifests really quick. You can see this is going to make a deployment, a service, and then it's going to make some encrypted credentials. In this case, these ones are empty. We're going to be updating them. It is a very simple application with one deployment and one service that needs two secret files for database connection and PayPal certificate that are passed in secrets. The two secrets are stored in DB creds encrypted and PayPal cred cert encrypted. These files are empty because we need to encrypt them still. You can see the full source code at source code secrets. I think I just need to start just reading things, you know. I'll just like, you know what, just gonna go more on script. Stop trying to be cool. It's not working. All right, so we're gonna install sealed secrets, but of course we're gonna do this with our application here. So we're gonna create a new application called controller, project default, synchronization, automatic. Again, we could check these boxes. We don't we don't need to for the sake of the exercise. It's just fine if you want to. And here, oh, this one I don't replace my username with. I can just deploy the, I mean, there's no reason for me not to just use mine, I guess. We'll do the Bitnami sealed secret controller. There it is. And this one we're going to be deploying to kubesystem, not the default namespace. So don't make that mistake on accident. Once we're done, we're going to hit create.
Okay. You are using Argo CD to install sealed.
Yes, that's right. I'm using Argo CD to install sealed secrets. And here, we didn't create the application using GitOps yet. We'll get to that later. So once this is synchronized, should have to just wait a second for all the components to start. In this case, we're just waiting for, looks like that pod has already started. So it'll be finishing momentarily. Okay, so we can move to the next step. So now we're going to use the kubectl executable. And we already have it installed here locally. So if you're following along outside of the lab, you would need to install it still. So encryption happens in the kubectl executable. And so once you have it installed, and you will have it installed, if you're following along, if you're doing the lab, it's already installed, we can actually go ahead and seal some secrets. So here we have some credentials. Now these are, for the sake of the example, we have some credentials in an unsealed directory, right? So you can see here we've already set the location for you. So we've got sealed secrets and unsealed secrets. If I look under unsealed secrets, you can see I have my database credentials in here. And if I were to cat these out, like my DB creds, you can see that this is a Kubernetes secret, but these are in plain text right now. So we can seal these using kubectl, and my output is going to be an encrypted version. So if we compare, I already output the unsealed secret. So let's look at the sealed one now. And now we can see that this has been encrypted. Once I've done that, I can modify this. Go into the GitHub UI in another browser tab and commit push their contents into your own fork. So let's do that. So you can also go into this editor to look at these. Makes it a little bit easier to copy and paste. So there's the sealed secrets encrypted. There's the unencrypted version. So let's go ahead and grab this one. And we're going to go and edit these under the secret app manifests that we were just looking at a second ago. So we're going to go to secret app, manifests. I'm going to go to DB creds encrypted. I'll edit this file and I'll just paste it all in. And yeah, these are my DB. Yes, I'll just commit that. And then I'm going to grab the PayPal ones and I'll put those into the PayPal cert encrypted and commit that. Oh, okay. I'll have Kostas is going to come over and help you. So yeah, feel free at any point. If you just raise your hand, Kostas or Christian or I will come over and help you if you're stuck on anything. Okay, so the sealed secrets controller is going to automatically decrypt these and mount them into our pod. So if we look at our secret app and we look at our deployment, you can see that we actually have a volume in here for our database credentials, and we pass them in from the MySQL credentials secret, right? So the controller is going to take over this now for us. So let's create our application and deploy those secrets. So we have the controller deployed. Now we need to deploy the application, our demo application. So we're going to do demo, default. Let's make our synchronization policy automatic. We can leave that prune resources and stuff on, but again, doesn't really matter for this exercise. I just do it by default. It's just my habit. Okay, I get my repo, set our path. Set the destination, set the namespace, and let's create this thing. So now my demo app is going to start up, and the deployment is going to fire up that pod, and it's going to mount these secrets for us, and they've been mounted and made available. So there we go. Yes. So now that our application is deployed, our secrets are up and running. Secrets are being decrypted on the fly. Look, it says great job. Some validation. Oh. Let's go. Come on. All right. So we got sealed secrets deployed. We encrypted our secrets. We committed them. We got it onto our cluster. We showed how you can encrypt your secrets, store them in Git, and use them. Sealed secrets is completely safe. I want to emphasize this. We as engineers have drilled into our brains, you don't commit secrets to Git, right? We don't commit secrets to Git. You don't commit secrets to Git. You don't commit secrets to Git. And this is true as long as they are unencrypted. The way that sealed secrets work is with public key encryption. There is no way that someone is going to be able to decrypt these secrets unless they have access to the private key, which is running on the which is running on the Kubernetes cluster. Which, if they have access to that, they would be able to access the secrets anyway, no matter how they were stored. So this is a very safe way to operate. There is some nuance with how you operate secrets in a cluster to make them potentially more secure than what's default in Kubernetes. We're not going to get into that, but if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it afterwards. We generally see people have a lot of unease about committing secrets, even though they're encrypted. That's totally normal. I get it. However, we're talking about public key encryption. In order to break the keys that are sitting that we just committed to Git would probably take all of the computing power that humankind has made until the heat death of the universe. Like, it's just not going to happen. Maybe quantum computers will come out at one point and you can do it. But you know, it's not going to happen. So it's safe. Now, everything that we have done hasn't been fully operated in a declarative way, right? Because we've been creating applications manually. So we actually want to be fully declarative. And the exercise we're on right now is, declarative setup. Okay. So actually, maybe what I'll do, let's just kick this off, because it'll take a second for it to load anyway. Now to do Argo CD application management in a declarative way, we're going to take advantage of something called App of Apps. App of Apps is where you create an application. Now remember, what are Argo CD apps according to Kubernetes? They're a custom resource, right? They're just a YAML. They're just another resource in Kubernetes. So if I wanted an Argo CD manages Kubernetes resources, right? So that means that I can have Argo CD manage applications. So I can create an application that just references other applications. Now, if I just point at a folder that's full of applications, that means I have an application of applications. This is called app of apps. App of apps is a very popular concept. And the great thing about app of apps is that once I create a single app of apps, I can point to a Git folder and everything will be deployed automatically. For everybody that watched my talk yesterday, one of the things I demoed was bootstrapping a cluster with a whole bunch of resources and doing it in order to make sure that security policies were applied. And this is like one of the big values of GitOps is being able to rebootstrap things and not have to worry about it working each time. Disaster recovery is a big deal. Google every year has a disaster recovery event that they run, and they run scenarios. And it's like a surprise. It's like a game that's played, and it's like, hey, heads up, like a meteor hit the East Coast. We just lost all of those data centers. How do you get them back up? And it's like, oh, okay, how do we do that? And then people go through and do that exercise. I definitely do recommend going through the exercise of saying, what if this were destroyed? What if this were destroyed? How would it work? And I think we all saw this morning the what if of Docker Hub being down. It's not a good situation to be in to say, hey, we can guarantee a very high level of uptime unless Docker goes down. Is your CEO going to be happy enough with that answer? He'll say, what's a Docker Hub? You know, they don't know. They don't know what it is. The CEO doesn't know what it is, so they don't want to be relying on it. So it's not a bad idea to have some self-hosting artifact management for the components that you need, and to be a little bit more reliant that way. And I do feel sometimes like AWS being down is a little bit like, you know, like what if AWS went down and it couldn't come back up? And I think like at that point, my disaster recovery plan is more about my food storage, you know? How am I going to get along with something happened and all of the internet infrastructure is gone? Okay, well, I've got a 72-hour kit. I've got some water storage. All right. I killed enough time. Let's get into the declarative setup. So let's look at our single app application here really quick. Get those mainframes back online. They would work too, man. The vacuum tubes, they last forever. If you have tape storage, that's fine. So let's see, we're looking at single app here. Oh yeah, under declarative. Yeah, declarative. Single app. So here is a folder that just contains an application YAML. This is the first time we've shown the application YAML today. So this is a declarative format of what we've been doing in the UI. So everything you can see is just in YAML. If we were to take this and just do a kubectl apply on it, it would create the application and it would cause all the synchronization policies to be enforced, right? Yes. Then we can also have multiple applications. So if we look under declarative setup and we look at multiple apps, you can see there are 3 demo apps in here. And so if we were to point an Argo CD application at this folder, it will create 3 applications, 3 child applications, and then those would trigger all of their synchronizations to occur. Okay. So let's deploy our application locally. So looking in here, I've got my application.yaml. Let's just apply that really quick. My application. Now, of use to note in here, this application has in it set to go to the Argo CD namespace. Currently, Argo CD does not support deploying the application resource to multiple namespaces. If we were to create this in the default namespace, it would not work. There is in Argo CD 2.5, which we're working on that release right now, and it'll probably be out optimistically in like a month, we will actually be adding support to deploy to multiple namespaces, which will have a lot of security benefits. That'll be cool. All right, so since we've deployed that, we actually can see that our application is now in our UI and it's all fully synced. So we don't have to use the UI to deploy stuff. In fact, some of you may have noticed me fumbling around in the UI when creating an application. I literally never create applications in the UI. The only time I do it is for stuff like this, like to demo it to people. I literally never do it because I always do it Git first. I always do it GitOps oriented. So sometimes in the UI, I fumble around a little bit to do some of that stuff. Yeah, even when bootstrapping, I don't do any of that. I use Argo CD autopilot to do it. Yeah. Or, I mean, realistically, I'm using CodeFresh 99% of the time, and we have similar operation to like Argo CD autopilot for bootstrapping, all that stuff, and operating it. So now we still have the application running. Let's go ahead and delete it. Delete that application. And you can see it's now been marked for deletion. And it's going to go through and do all of its finalizers. We ran into issues earlier with finalizers, but we didn't have any now. Everything's back on track. Everything's smooth sailing from here. Knock on wood, no problems forever. All right, so now let's deploy the source with 3 applications. Here we'll do it in the UI again. 3 apps. Default synchronization policy. Let's do automatic. Again, I like to set prune resources and self-heal. And then for our repository, grab this. Then we'll set the path to the declarative multiple apps. And I already showed you what that folder looks like. And our destination is going to again be to Argo CD because it has to be. And the cluster is going to be local. So when we create this, you can see it's now suddenly these other apps have all appeared. And if we look at this app, we can see that it has these 3 child apps associated with it, and we can jump straight into those applications. Sync policies do not propagate. So on the parent app, if I have a sync policy automatic, but on a child app, I have a sync policy manual, what's going to happen? It's going to automatically deploy the application custom resource, but it's not going to deploy any of the things that are defined from that application without me clicking on a manual sync. Let's see. Yeah, and we looked at all these, so we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're ready. Yes, I enjoy that one much more than the ones we did earlier. F's in the chat if you enjoyed that one more than the one earlier. All right, so now let's deploy. We can pick. I think we can only have time for one because then we really need to get into progressive delivery. We can do a Helm. We can do Helm or customize. I guess let's launch the Helm one. See how quickly we get into it because we still need to do progressive delivery and we only have 35 minutes left. We wasted a lot of time on things not starting and nonsense. So now we got to make up some time. If you're not familiar with Helm and Customize, Helm is a package manager for Kubernetes. It's a Helm and Customize are both config management tools. So one of the things that we found early on with Kubernetes was that it was really nice to be able to put some variables into our manifests. And so that's why Helm and Customize do that. Helm is the preferred way of consuming community tools. And Argo CD has excellent support for Helm built in. Customize is my personal preferred way of doing things internally because it's a lot easier for me to tweak and modify and create overlays for different environments and things. Argo CD out of the box also supports JSON. And then there is an endpoint for custom config management tools. At the end of the day, Argo CD is looking for rendered manifests that are ready to apply. How it gets there, it cares not that much. So you can have a custom manifest generation step, and you can add it into Argo CD, and it will work just fine. One other change coming in Argo CD 2.5 is value separation. So when you consume a Helm chart from a repository, right now you can have a Helm chart from a Git repo, but to get the values file for that, it needs to be in the same repo. That's an issue because oftentimes you want to have a Helm chart defined over here and then values files for different environments and maybe other repositories. That hasn't been an option until now. In 2.5, we will be releasing the ability to have values files in separate repositories. So you can consume one locally, yeah. If you've been waiting for that and you don't want to wait, there is a workaround where you can use customize. Customize can actually consume Helm charts, and you can specify local values files to overwrite into that. And I've been using that very happily. And it's one of the reasons that getting values files for multiple repository support into Argo CD has taken so long, is because the customized workaround is really great. So it's been considered like it's a new feature. It's not, it's not as pressing, but we got there finally. So it's coming out soon. What's that? Oh, yeah, an umbrella, yeah, an umbrella chart works. Yes, you're just saying it works with Argo CD as well. Yeah. All right, so again, we can look at our Helm app. Just go look really quick. Just see what this guy looks like. Helm app. You can see we've got a chart YAML, a manifest of values, and then we've got all our templates, which include our deployments, ingress, service account, etc. Take a second for these to come on. There we go. Again, we're going to do this one in the UI just because it's easier to kind of follow along, but you can also click edit as YAML at the end of this and apply it manually. So little tip for you, little tip. There are buttons on the screen. You can push them to do things. People are like, those are the kind of tips that I took this training for. Helm app, default. All right, now you'll notice there is an option to select in this drop-down Helm, so you can just reference a Helm repository, and it will let you specify a revision to deploy. Here, let's just deploy this guy. And we're going to go a little bit faster to try to catch up here, so I'm not going to go into the deployments here. You will notice that Helm commands like Helm list won't show anything because it renders the manifests before applying them. So from a workflow standpoint, that's a little bit different. But if you think about what you're using Helm CLI for most of the times to like list applications, Argo CD actually replaces that. So it's not really, it's a workflow change, but it's not a quality of life. It's still a quality of life improvement. We can do this with the CLI. We see we've got our application, our Helm example over here already. We can do, we can describe that thing, and we can also look at the history in the CLI. And this will show there's only one change that's been made, and we can delete it. And then we can deploy it all from the CLI. And here you can see, this is, I think, the first example that we have showing you how to deploy an application using the CLI. You can see we just set these flags, run it, and boom, it creates the application again. And we could confirm its deployment, but we can actually see it's already synced and healthy, so we'll skip that. Okay, done, boom. All right, I think at this point, we mentioned customize. Pausing here for just a second, one of the things that's really great about customize is this idea of overlays. So we're going to talk in level 2 about Git repo organization and why we do these things this way. But here you have overlays for production and staging, and you have a deployment YAML with a customization. And what this will do is you have your base manifest. I don't know if I'm explaining this very well. We've got our base manifest for our application, and the overlays basically mean that when I run the customization for production, it will take whatever's in the deployment there and overwrite it from the base. So you can make modifications for each environment. Very common for us to need modifications of resources for our services. Customize has a CLI, so you can build an application, which will show you the rendered manifests, and you can apply those directly. Or you can just do kubectl apply -k, which and then you can specify the folder where your customization lives, and it will build it and apply it. So we're not going to do. I think we need to skip this exercise to make up a little bit of time and get into progressive delivery. Is everybody okay with that? I see nods. Yes. See some anger. I feel some animosity. Okay, we'll get through it. So let's talk about progressive delivery for a moment. Progressive delivery should be best understood as a way of reducing the blast radius of catastrophic failure. And for that, it is very, very useful. So the way that blue-green deployments work is first, people are getting, a version of our application. We deploy a new version. We wait for everything to be good. We double check it. We make sure it's all shiny and happy. And then we switch everybody over at once to the new version. And then when we're done, we remove the old version. So if there are any issues with the new version after it's been released to all of the people, we can actually do a health check or run tests. And if there are issues, we can actually just switch them back to the old version that is still running. So that means that if you have an application that has 20 pods and you do a blue-green deployment, how many pods are you going to have at maximum? 40, right? So size your clusters accordingly. That's how a blue-green deployment works. A canary release is going to work a little bit differently. A canary release, you're going to deploy a new version, and then it's going to send a portion of your traffic to the new version, and then based on whatever health checks or options you have set for progression, it's then going to increase the portion of users it's getting to until 100% of the traffic is going to the new users and the old one is shut down. A lot of people, when they first hear about canary releases, they think, oh, I can use this to test changes with my users. Again, this is for reducing the blast radius of catastrophic failure. If you want to do user testing on an audience of people, you're probably better off using something like feature flags. Feature flags are great for that use case. But a canary release is better at detecting stuff just breaking and then automatically moving back and saying, oh, 10% of my users were experiencing a big flood of errors as they were trying to use the application. So I've just reverted it, and now everybody's getting the proper version. This is also really great for improving your confidence at deploying software, because you have confidence that if something breaks, it's going to be pulled back automatically. To achieve progressive delivery, we use Argo rollouts. Argo rollouts is probably the most popular progressive delivery tool in the world today. There are a couple of other competitors out there. I'm not going to mention them, but you can Google it and do comparisons if you like. And it supports blue-green deployments, canary deployments, A/B testing, automated rollbacks, and it has integrated metric analysis. Fun fact, right now we're working on an upgrade to Argo rollouts, which includes support for Gateway API, which is going to expand how many different load balancers we can work with. From, I think we support like 10 different load balancers, including Istio, Linkerd, Amazon ALBs, and some other ones. We're going to expand that to like 23. And so it's going to expand quite dramatically in its support. Argo rollouts can be deployed independently. And the way that Argo rollouts works is we basically create a, rather than using a deployment object, we use a rollout object. And then we just specify the policy and go through it. So you can read through here, but I think we can just jump into the exercise probably. Yeah, so let's get into the blue-green deployments. Oh, I did skip the quiz. I'm so sorry. On 3, you should take a quiz on Argo CD usage, but we're just going to move forward. We're on a time crunch here, so let's get into the blue-green deployments. There is, as these exercises go through, I think we have an exercise to do these manually, and then we have an exercise to do them both in a GitOps style. So we'll try to do at least 2 of these before we break for lunch. And that way we can come back in the afternoon. Everything's working smooth now. We're going to reset. I'm going to do some yoga. Going to cleanse myself of the earlier times. We'll come back ready and rearing to go after lunch. So we'll try to get through these. So Argo rollouts, like I said, can be used independent of Argo CD, but it works really well with Argo CD. So it's great to use with Argo CD. If you have Argo CD managing, let's say 5 clusters, you need to install Argo rollouts on each of those clusters because it's actually a controller running on the local Kubernetes cluster and not just Argo CD connecting and deploying to something. So in here, we'll install Argo rollouts. We'll convert a deployment to a rollout, and you'll see how easy that is. And we'll also perform a blue-green deployment and then show how to monitor the state. So this will take a second to boot up. While that's going, we can go and look at a blue-green example. Blue-green app. So here we've got a rollout object. Now, if you're looking at this, you're going to say, this looks a ton like a deployment. It's basically a deployment, except we changed the kind to rollout, and then we added a strategy. That's basically what we've done. This references which services to be used, because we have to create 2 different services for it to work. So if we look at the service, we have an active service, and it's going to create an inactive service. We have a preview service, sorry. And then this is what the controller is going to work off as it specifies the new version and the old version. Fun fact, I wrote a Canary release tool like 5 years ago that was just like a bunch of bash scripts, and it worked, but so much easier to use Argo rollouts. Kubernetes is very good for doing stuff like Canary and Blue Greens, so yeah, it's so much better than it used to be. All right, so once again, we just looked at that code. You can also see the full source code at Canary. Oh, hey, Kostas, there's a typo in here. It says see source code Canary while we're in the blue-green exercise. Thanks. I was worried you didn't have enough to do. We'll start this. So let's install the Argo CD. Let's install Argo rollouts. How are we going to do it? Using Argo, of course. Again, we should do this declaratively. But for the sake of the exercise, the thing with, it's kind of funny when you're taking the exercises because you're like, oh, we should do this all declaratively. Why are you having me do this manually? Well, if we do it all declaratively, the start of the exercise is just apply the bootstrap, you're done. Go examine all the things that happened. So it's actually like better for operation, but for learning, it can be a little challenging. So let's create this Argo rollouts controller. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Never mind. It's correct. No typos. We crushed it. All right. Again, here you could deploy the main repo, not the forked one, because we're just deploying the controller. But I'm just going to keep everything from my repo because it feels good. And we're going to deploy to the Argo rollouts namespace. Make sure that auto create namespace is checked because that namespace does not exist. And if we don't do it, of course, it won't be able to deploy. So once we've done that, we can go ahead and just hit create. And Argo rollouts will bootstrap and rock and roll. You can manually create the namespace if you forgot to check the box, or you can go and edit and add the box. I very much prefer just to use auto create namespace, and I also just put namespace manifests in my manifests, repositories, so they're created. All right, so now that's bootstrapped and ready. We can use the Argo rollouts CLI, and we can also deploy an application. So let's deploy our demo app. Again, we'll do new app, demo, default. We're going to leave the synchronization policy on manual for this exercise, because we'll do it kind of step by step. Oops, 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 oops. Specify my repository, set my path, local, namespace default, and let's create it. So once this is deployed, we're actually have added a tab up here called live traffic, which will allow us to see what the user is seeing. And basically this application just makes requests and then returns a color in different boxes. This allows us to check that the blue-green is working. Oh, we have to hit manually sync. So let's do that. Boom, they're all creating. Pods are progressing. Give this a second. It started. Click live traffic. And we now see that we're getting our blue version of our application. There is a CLI. So we're going to use that to check out the rollouts that are going on here. As I mentioned, we're using the rollout object rather than deployment object. Rollouts. You can see the Argo actually works as a Kubernetes extension here. So we can see the rollout that's going on. Status, simple rollout. Healthy. And we can examine it. A rollout is just another custom resource that we're using. And we can see the current status of the rollout is that there's one version, this is the active version, and these are the 2 pods that are part of it. And we can also see the native replica sets that are created there. Okay, so now we're ready to trigger a rollout. So we're going to do this one manually. So kubectl Argo rollouts set image simple rollout. So that's the image for the simple rollout. And then we're going to specify web server simple equals Docker IO version 2. When we hit this and we look at our live traffic very quickly. Oh, well, we're still in the blue-green, right? So going back into the shell really quick. What was I trying to do? Just list them. Oh yeah, you have to. That's right. So we can see one that's currently in a pause state. Okay. So what's going on behind the scenes here is if we look at this demo, we'll be able to see that there's actually on our rollout, we now have 2 replica sets that have been created, right? So one is the old version and one is the new version. But our live traffic, because we're doing blue-green, everybody's still getting the current version. We don't have promotion going on. So now you can see what's going on behind the scenes here. So oh yeah, where did you do this? Already got the rollout. So let's go ahead and promote this rollout. Promote simple rollout. Again, we can list it and we can see that it's now in a healthy state. And if we look at our live traffic, oh, actually, oh, yeah, they haven't started yet. What was happening with that? Oh yeah, the watch is better, you're right. Yeah, so we can see it actually scaled down the old version, scaled up the new version, and it's already done. So there we go. happened quick. So now we're on the yellow version. Nice, check. So we just did our first blue-green deployment. Easy peasy. All right. Now, I think what we'll do, rather than do the live exercise with Canary, let's do the live exercise with GitOps. This one will be, as you follow this, will be a little bit different. Now, to do Canary releases, we actually need a better API gateway than just Kubernetes. So to do Canary releases, we need to be able to load balance more dynamically, right? So we're going to install a really cool tool called Ambassador, which is a nice gateway API provider that allows us to support canaries. This also, if we look at the Argo CD, load balancer support, or ingress support, I should say. Yeah, Ambassador's in here. Where's our list? Contours on here. Argo rollouts, ingress, support. There we go. Traffic management. So yeah, by default, Ambassador, AWS ALBs, Istio, Nginx, SMI, which is what's in Linkerd, traffic. And then we're gonna be adding support for a lot more in soon for Gateway API. Yeah, I'll support it all. How are you doing in the Twitch stream? You getting through your exercises? Everybody's happy? You haven't switched over to Dr. Disrespect to watch some Warzone streaming? Shouldn't have said anything. Oh, he's not on Twitch. Wait, do we get banned if we say his name? He was going to make an appearance, but then he found out that we were streaming on Twitch and we didn't want to get banned, so he didn't come over. Those are the deep cuts, folks. Deep cut jokes. Ace. Yeah, nice. Me too, brother. Or sister, or whoever. Shouldn't assume. An anime character. Me too, anime character. Sibling. It's Naruto running with his arms back. Oh, you know what? We didn't bake in time for the test. Ooh. How many people have already finished this exercise? Nobody. How many people finished previous exercises? Not everybody? Most everybody? Oh, everybody. Okay. So you're all doing it along with me. Nobody's just like a few people shot ahead. Okay. So yeah, what we'll do is let's think. We have an hour for lunch. And in order to get the certification, you need to take the test. The test for the first one, you should be able to get it done relatively quickly. All right. So yeah, I would say take the test during lunch. Maybe grab lunch and sit down and take the test. You should get it done in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's not that long. The level 1 certification is quite a bit easier than the level 2. This afternoon, the level 2 certification, that test is quite a bit longer, and it's the level 1's like, hey everybody, like I know what GitOps is. I've played around with it. I have a feeling for it. Level 2's like, I earned this. Okay, so we're gonna use our forked repo again, and we've done that already. So what this is set up to do is it's going to send 30% of traffic to the canary release. After 2 minutes, it's going to send 60% and then 100%. In this case, we don't have any special health checks and deep beyond the just generic. They have to start and be served up. Okay, so let's go deploy it. So let's see. Oh, we still need to deploy the Argo rollouts controller again. Okay. Rollouts controller. Not working on tab. What's the mood in the Twitch? Is everybody vibing in there? Okay, good.
So this is a good question. How about
okay.
If the exam is not passed the first attempt, is there a reattempt allowed?
Yes, you can reattempt, and for the level 1 and today for the level 2, you can retake it multiple times. I don't know how we're going to keep that on the level 2 too long. Did I click the auto create namespace button? I did not. I knew as soon as I hit create application that I hadn't done it. Now it's already gonna have to wait for it to not complete. Make sure it's done already. And so it'll get there. We'll figure it out. But what is it thinking about? It got there. Just need to wait a second. Okay, like we said, we need a gateway or service mesh to split the traffic for canary deployments. So for this one, we're going to use Ambassador. So create our new application, Ambassador. Shout out to the Ambassador Lab folks. They've been super supportive about the certification, and they were pretty stoked that we decided to use them as the example, but they make a great product, so why wouldn't we? Get those examples. And now this one's actually a Helm chart. So we're going to specify the Helm chart path. Namespace is going to be Ambassador. So again, make sure that namespace auto create is turned on. Wow, that's cool. Prepare for your face to melt. Okay, we can see it's creating the resources. It's creating a number of custom resource definitions. This is going to progress. We're on track. It's not fully synced and marked as healthy yet, but it will be. So we'll just move on. We're not going to wait. Okay, and before we create our new app, we do want to make sure that this is fully synced and progressed. So let's look. There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. All right, we're going to create our new app. Demo, default project. We're going to leave sync policy on manual because we're going to trigger the change. Leave auto create namespace on, even though we're not creating a namespace. Nope. Get our repository. Canary app timed. The exercise that we skipped is just doing this manually. But since we did the blue-green manually, it kind of felt like it was okay for today to do it this way. Yes, they are different. Istio is a service mesh as well as a gateway provider, whereas Ambassador is just a gateway provider. A service mesh is doing different functions as well, like handling well, internal traffic, like Istio can enable MTLS between services within your cluster. Ambassador doesn't do that, right? So now that I've done this, I shouldn't have that my application's not deployed, so let's sync it. That'll take a few seconds for everything to start. You can see the services. Looks like the rollout's kicking off. All the pods are starting. Look at all these pods. Pods on pods on pods on pods. Pods on pods. Pods on pods. Okay, it's healthy. Refresh this, and we should see all blue versions right now. Yeah. Okay. Again, we can use the shell. Rollouts, list rollouts. You can see that everything's fine right now. Rollouts, status, simple rollout. Status, simple rollout. No S. Healthy, great. And let's do skip rollout. Simple. Yeah, everything looks just groovy. Can you do a watch on this? Yeah, you can just do a watch on it. So you can just watch the status live. Cool. All right. And we can see the replica sets again. Awesome. Okay, now let's modify this and kick off a rollout. Let's go, let's go. So again, we're going to be doing this under the Canary app timed. We're going to change it into rollout. Right here on our image. We're going to say, give us that V2. Give us that V2 steez. And we'll trigger that. And now we should see that the application is out of sync. It takes a second to refresh. Let me refresh it. Okay, we see it's out of sync. So let's go ahead and trigger this synchronization. And once we do that, we can monitor the status again. So we can see it's now kicked off the Canary version. Those containers are creating. It's going to, as soon as those readiness checks pass, it's going to start diverting traffic. We can look at the live version and whoa, we can see it's like, I'm getting some yellow, I'm getting some blue. It's 30% of traffic. And we can see that it's currently in a wait step and it's paused, but it's going to be moving in to the next step after a minute. So once you complete this exercise, I'll let this run. Feel free to take the quiz, grab some lunch, and go start the test. So that completes level 1. Oh, we got through it. We fought this morning. It was like, oh my gosh, Docker Hub's fighting us. Boom, we got to fight Docker Hub. Boom, we took care of it. Costas is making changes. He's calling up Solomon from Docker. He's like, unlock our stuff. He's like, I don't want to. He's like, I don't care. Boom, he's setting to the VM. So we're going to get different IP addresses. We're spread out. We got through it. Thank you so much. Thanks for, yes. Beep, 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 beep. Thanks for bearing with us. Thank you on the live stream for getting through it. Everything, it looks like people are working now. Is there your stuff is working? Yes. Give me the thumbs up. I see nods. Yes, thumbs up. Okay, cool. All right. Go ahead and finish up the exercise. Yeah. We're back on track. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right. I'll let this finish running so you can watch it happen live, and then I'll step out and take 5. Music. Oh, I'll switch to the slide in a minute. I'll let this just run.
way she moves, body got me mystified. Things I wanna do, I can't even justify. Just wanna see you move, baby, look me in the eyes. God, they pretty too, you ain't got nothing to hide. Yeah, watch out for the pretty ones. They move fast like they living in the city ones. Too much sass, but they draw you in with pretty tongues. It won't last, she gon' eat you, she a twisted one. Yeah, the way she move that body round, got 'em pouring up, drown. Try to guzzle it down to the courage they found. Talking to her right now, she gon' shoot 'em all down. Just another in the crowd, yeah. And I don't really know why, but I always have to go try. A gypsy and some knee highs. Gypsy telling me lies, yeah. She said she wanna be with me, fine. I think she might be real and might be playing me. I need someone honestly who really wants to be mine, yeah. Cause it's lonely in my free time. The way she moves, body got me mystified. Things I wanna do, I can't even justify. Just wanna see you move, baby, look me in the eyes. God, they pretty too, you ain't got nothing to hide. The way she moves, body got me mystified. Things I wanna do, I can't even justify. Just wanna see you move, baby, look me in the eyes. God, they pretty too, you ain't got nothing to hide. All alone, sitting on my phone, waiting, never know. In the zone, screen so bright they show everything I don't, what to do. I just wanted you, didn't have a clue. Look at me, tell me what you see, help me let you free. I could be everything you want, everything you need. Come and see all that we could be. If you run with me, take it fast, I'ma make it last. Just forget the past and we'll be lost within the sea, baby, you and me. Hey, yeah, the ladies turn me to a monster. Heartbreakers and I can't see my doctor. So broken by the girls on my roster. I thought I loved her, but for some reason I lost her. I'm up and down like I'm sitting in a copter. I got a new girl, but I know it's not her. The other day I thought I almost forgot her. But every night she comes back to my thoughts, yeah. The way she moves, body got me mystified. Things I wanna do, I can't even justify. Just wanna see you move, baby, look me in the eyes. God, they pretty too, you ain't got nothing to hide. The way she moves, body got me mystified. Things I wanna do, I can't even justify. Just wanna see you move, baby, look me in the eyes. God, they pretty too, you ain't got nothing to hide.
No one to blame. I know I did this to myself. Never seem to change. Always trying to be somebody else. I feel it calling from inside. Eyes closed, I see it clearer. Nowhere to run, you cannot hide. The monster in the mirror. Stuck in a losing game, but I still fight my nature. Oh, it's such a shame, but I won't change my behavior. I feel it calling from inside. Eyes closed, I see it clearer. Nowhere to run, you cannot hide. The monster in the mirror. I feel it calling from inside. Eyes closed, I see it clearer. You cannot. Falling down, down deeper. I don't wanna see myself clearer. Deeper. Don't wanna see myself clearer.
Do my thing, my girls in the club, yeah, we're feeling down to beat, yeah, the music on repeat, baby. I don't care, don't know that you don't need me, I know that you can feel me, like dancing with my brain, burning, drowning, you don't care. The pressure in your head, no, 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 I'm not gonna please okay. If I do it, you don't feel good, you don't know what you're doing, raise up. Do my thing, my girls in the club, yeah, we're feeling down to beat, yeah, the music on repeat, baby. I don't care, don't want like you don't need me, I know that you can feel me, like dancing with my brain, burning, drowning, you don't care. The pressure in your head, no, 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 I'm not gonna please okay. If I do it, you don't feel good, you don't know what you're doing, raise up.
Let's keep while you and me looking. It's bittersweet. It's suffocating. You set my heart aflame with crimson secrets and forbidden
Always felt like that outsider. Now my reach is getting wider. I hit him with a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of tricks and a little bit of tracks. And I want to get a little bit up in the middle when you hit him with a little thing like a baseball bat. She want a man go this and that. She said she's single, that's a fact. Send no signals here and back. She said that she loves my track. I leave and she follow. I love in my condo. Take it off pronto. Assisting like I'm Rondo. Baby Congo. Encore Bravo. Hold you like a taco. I blast off Apollo. And I'm nasty. Can't get nothing past me. Dirty like the backseat. Got a question, ask me. Everlasting. You know that I'm passing. All these boys I'm waxing. My flow got them collapsing. Been setting records, boy. You could call me cancer. Love like a cancer. Some call it a sickness. And I got all the answers. Baby, come and get it. Yeah, she said she's a dancer. Wants me as a witness. One wish. Yeah, I grant her. I'm the best she get. And she can call me commander. Cause she better listen. I'm just playing. This is banter. Like when I'm spitting. She said that I'm like a panther. Cause I'm always winning.
to be high. All of the earth. I want to hear. You see how much I need you. That's it. But you're the only one I see. Yeah. Step by step and day by day. One day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're a world apart, you stole my heart. Step by step and day by day. One day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're a world apart, you stole my heart. Step by step and day by day, one day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're apart, you stole my heart. You stole my heart. Step by step and day by day, one day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're a world apart, you stole my heart. Step by step and day by day, one day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're a world apart, you stole my heart. Step by step and day by day, one day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're worlds apart, you stole my heart. Step by step and day by day, one day it's all gonna fade away. Even when we're worlds apart, you stole my heart.
gotta get it. No, I gotta get it. Got the sun setting fast, cause the winner always winning. And I'm so sick of class, always feeling like I'm winning. My mistakes never pass, going back to the beginning. I steal lies, that's my prize. And I'm not surprised some of they came to my side, cause they recognize that all I do is try. And I ain't gonna hide what I got inside. I'm lying in the cash, cause you broke from the past. Good things never last, bad things get a flat. Got scars on my back and scratched in the past. If I got nothing left, then what's left? Shouldn't last if a life so fast, then you shouldn't waste that. Keep your head up, keep yourself up the mat. And you gotta fight back, make a name, make it fast, make a change that'll last. And the pain's so bad, I'll hold me down. I'll still make it, I won't get left out. The time is waiting and I'll get me up. Just as time is fading, I'll go back in down. My time was wasted, holding me down. I'll still make it, I won't be left out. A good time is waiting, don't make me proud. Just as time is fading, I'll look back in town. That my time was wasted, still stand. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. The ticket man is to listen, man. Win a hand that you didn't plan. The vision can't give a better chance. And I land on my feet and stand up. Never gonna give up till my dreams real. Never gonna give up till I'm a big deal. Never gonna give up till I can heal others who are giving up in the real world. I don't wanna feel hate inside. I would rather try to live than die. I would rather tell the truth, not lie. That way I got nothing to hide. I ain't never gonna let me down. Without the face fears, then I lesson me. Now stand back in the mirror like you could have been proud. Oh hell no, I'ma make it somehow. Hold me down. I'll still make it. I won't get let down. The time is waiting and I'll make me proud. Just as time is fading, I'll go back in town. My time was wasted, hold me down. I'll still make it, I won't be left out. A good time is waiting, it'll make me proud. Just as time is fading, I'll be back in town. And my time was wasted, it's I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay.
I get lost sometimes and I can't seem to find a light. Walls I built for myself right in my mind. And then you came over and you showed me love that I never had seen before. Now, when I got you, it's all gonna be alright. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I. Just you and I. Only you. Right around. Turn it all around. Everything off the ground. And we can fly in the air. We can fly in the air. Been trying hard not to go out of my mind. No, me right now is for you to stay the night. But if you keep saying that you've got to leave, then I'm gonna be alright. As long as you tell me that we ain't running out of time. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I. Just you and I. Fake people. Yeah, I'm sick of all the fake people, fake people. Something about you, you know people, yeah, they lie, they all around you, and they know about what you did in the steeple of your heart. Yeah. They know, moving quick, you gotta. Hey. We know, yeah, we're sick of all the fake people. Yeah, I'm sick of all the fake people, fake people. Yeah, I'm sick of
sick of all the fake people, yeah, I'm sick of.
I wish you just talk to me. Oh, you wanna feel the same, but it's falls apart. I know you would test my lips. Oh, now you got away. If I wasn't safe, now you got away. You get you get what can be defined. That's what can be desired. You get why you get something in my mind tells me what can we desire again. Something in my mind tells me what can we desire again.
Saw you in the smoky room, babe. With a burberry tank and dark black pants. Cause you were so fine that I got paralyzed when I looked you in the eyes. How do we end up here tonight? Just after tequila, you started me like Selena, we on the side side. Are we young side? Turned around and looked at me and I started how easy did I could see girl. So I kissed instantly on the spotlight around the dance for the wasted. I'm thinking you tonight. Story ready for you tonight. Stole my heart right away that night. and the stars above the sky. I'm ready for you tonight. So my heart right away the night, and the stars above the sky. I'm a we let the clock around me, so go back to now. Joint in the cab and roll along, walking hour or so. When we got no willing in the couch, all night long till we both passed out. With your hand in mine, just a shot of tequila, you started me like to lean up in my side. I'll be young side, turn around and look at me when the stars are me. I can't stand today. In the spotlight, run the dance floor, we stood. I'm addicted to you tonight. So nice, so right away the night, and the stars above the sky. I'm addicted to you tonight. The story's written for you and I. So my heart right away the night, and the stars above the sky. I'm a
Time's up. Time is up. Countdown has occurred. Lunch break is over. We are back to work. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are kicking off. Yeah, beep, 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 beep. We are kicking off the afternoon session of the training day, where we'll be focused on GitOps at scale. This is where we're going to go deeper into Git repo organization strategies, application sets, and some of the things that you need to do as you start to actually scale this out to more people. Again, this is an opinionated course where we focus on implementing Argo CD using GitOps and making sure that we're doing things, you know, in the proper fashion. So yes, I'll bring the music down. You betcha. All right, so hopefully, I mean, before we kick into the next course, raise of hands, who got certified level 1? Everybody, if you haven't yet, you need to post your certification on Twitter, on LinkedIn. We're doing giveaways. You can win prizes. Plus, putting it out there lets people know that you're certified, that you're a champion, you're a GitOps champion. So people are going to come to you with their questions. They're going to say, I need an expert. I know who I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask that person that posted their certification. And it helps us enormously. As I mentioned at the top of the morning, we spun up a lot of resources for these labs. And the way that, in case nobody understands how we pay for all of this, basically, there's some portion of these users that are going to say, hey, I actually love doing this stuff at scale. I want to get to the next level. I'm going to go and look at CodeFresh Enterprise, which is going to help me unlock the full potential of Argo and unlock GitOps for all of my teams and those kinds of things. Those people are basically footing the bill for the rest of us. So there are 2 ways you can help us. The first is by sharing your certification, inviting others to get certified, because that's going to open the pool to get more people, help this movement grow. And 2, go check out CodeFresh, sign up for an account, try out our hosted instance of Argo CD, where you can just boot up and start running, and it has an opinionated setup. And a lot of the principles that we're going to talk about are applied automatically through the platform, as well as there being features to add a lot more insights into what's happening with deployments. I'll touch on that a little bit, but mostly today is about how to use Argo CD and how to do it at scale. So again, if you are just coming back in, you're going to jump over to learning.codefresh.io. And once you're here, I have a slightly different dashboard, but you're going to go to the GitOps at Scale course. And there we go. We're going to kick it off. We're going to kick it off. I think we worked through all of our big pains and issues, and we should be good to go and move forward. So, all right, are you ready? Are you ready? Thank you. That's great. We got to keep that. We got to keep that energy going. The more energy you got, the more energy I got. All the Twitch streamers are like, what is going on in that room? Is there a gas leak? No, there is not a gas leak. There was a lot of lunch, and now, you know, we're recovering. So, all right. As I mentioned, we're going to cover Git repo organization strategies, multi-cluster management, how to do that, app of apps and application sets, and how those can work together and how they operate. Promotions using Argo CD image updater and how that works, which is a very, very popular tool and very good for enabling GitOps. Hooks and sync waves for deployment ordering, and this is how you can handle dependency management, diff customization, as well as notifications. Now, based on the time frame, let's see, I think we have a break at 3:15, and then we what? Oh, 3 to 3:15, and then we end at 4 or 5? 4. People are like 3:30. So there is a chance that we might actually get through the full course during today. Also, for all of you that took the level 1 certification, the test wasn't too bad, right? I mean, you were able to get through all the fundamentals this morning, so taking the test wasn't too hard. Level 2's test is quite a bit more difficult, and the threshold of number of questions you have to get correct is substantially higher. So it should push you more. By this afternoon, some of you will have it done. Some of you may have to go and finish it up after the afternoon is over. All right, we don't need to talk about how to use work labs. We don't need to talk about the course. GitOps champions, again, if you're just joining us, you do need to join our Discord. So you can just click this link in the GitOps at Scale to join the Discord. Christian, our man over here, is running that Discord, making sure that everybody's happy. We have a few other code freshers remotely who are helping answer questions in there. Honestly, they seem like they're having a really good time. There's GIFs, there's jokes. I mean, I think we need to bring, you know, as a live audience, we need to bring a little bit of that energy, a little bit of that ruckus time. So become a GitOps champion, join our Discord. All right, let's get into it. Now, in fundamentals, we talked a little bit about app of apps. And let's go really quick a little bit further. So just to refresh you really quick, an app of apps is an application that manages application resources. So you create a number of applications. Those are custom resources. You put them into a folder. You point an application at that folder, and you've bootstrapped an app of apps. Each child app has its own manifest that it's managing, and each app always operates off of its own independent synchronization policies. From an organization standpoint, you can see, like, here you've got a root app that basically is, well, I mean, we can look at the metadata here. So this root application is simply pointing at our my apps path. So basically, it's just saying synchronize everything in this directory, which is creating those child applications. Pretty straightforward. I mean, we talked about this morning. So why do we use this? There are two big things. One of them is cluster bootstrapping. Makes it a lot easier to bootstrap your cluster because you basically need to add one application, or you need to run one bootstrap command, and then everything triggers off of that. The other is for handling applications without the CLI or the GUI. What's the downside of deploying applications using the CLI or the GUI? Shout it out. Remember, we're bringing Discord energy. We're like, whoa, let's go, let's go. So what's the downside of just deploying using the CLI and the GUI? Do you remember? It's not in Git. It's not in Git. If your cluster dies, you're like, hey, man, it's no worries. I got all my manifests in Git. And they're like, which ones should we deploy? And you're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know their synchronization policies. So while the CLI and the GUI are really convenient for using Argo CD, some of you have probably noticed, like, as I'm going through and demoing some of those things, I actually not used to using them because I literally never use them to create applications. I'll make a small plug for CodeFresh, and this is true of the free tier. So this is for the community version that you can use with CodeFresh. The GUI in CodeFresh, any write operation that occurs, instead of having a save button, it has a commit button. So if you go to create an application in the GUI, it will commit it into Git. So you're never saving something just directly against the API. You're always just saving stuff to Git. Git is a source of truth, which then synchronizes those things up to your cluster. Okay, so let's get into a live exercise, and what I should be doing is I need to go start. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, remind me if I forget. As we go into the lecture part, I'll tell you we're gonna be kicking off this live exercise. Let's start that, and then we'll talk through it. You don't want to navigate away from it.
There's a question in the Discord. If you
shoot.
So app of app question. When Argo CD is configured with RBAC rules limiting users to specific namespaces, to use app of apps, access to the Argo CD namespace appears to be required.
Yes, if the applications, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but yes, if the applications are defined by the user, they need to be deployed to the Argo CD namespace.
So right now it's exactly like this, but one of the new features in Argo CD will be to be able to create applications in any namespace. So you give users access to that namespace, and that's it. It will just works. So wait for the next version of Argo CD.
Yep. So this is Argo CD 2.5. I think we cut the release branch this week. The release will probably be out in like a month, optimistically. So yeah, that is a requirement today. The other thing that you can do is, if you're using GitOps again, you can actually you can basically enforce protection in Git and then only allow people to add apps that have authorization to do so, right? So they're not maybe, if you think about it, your folder is sitting in Git with your applications defined in it. How do you add stuff to it? Well, somebody needs to open a pull request. That pull request needs to be approved. So it's not those users that are deploying the application. It's Argo CD that's deploying the application after approval has been given in Git. So that's another way of dealing with it. If people are applying these app of apps directly to the cluster, that's an issue. The other issue with that is collision. This is something else that we're going to be able to solve in Argo 2.5 by doing namespaced, kind of scoping them to namespace, is if one team creates demo app and another team creates demo app, those are going to overwrite each other, right? So the second team's one is going to be the version that prevails because deployed afterwards. That's not a situation we want to be in. So having Git as a single source of truth, and then having checks in place from a CI/CD perspective. So using Argo CD shouldn't be absent the existence of CI/CD pipelines. This is actually one thing, we didn't talk too much about it in level 1, but one of the disadvantages, quote unquote, of GitOps is that it generally requires you to have good CI/CD hygiene in place to really take advantage of it. All right, let's kick into the example. So we're going to need to fork the repo. So let's jump over, go to our cert level 2 examples. Did I just delete my fork, or is it still, it's still active? Okay, hang on. Whoa. Okay, and I'm going to discard all my commits in it. Okay, so I've got my level 2 examples cert all set up here. boom, boom. You can see we've got our app of apps folder, which shows a root application and then my app list and then more apps. And we can get these all bootstrapped and deployed. One of the things that you'll notice in the level 2 is a lot of the instructions they stop hand holding you as much. So it'll just tell you what to do and then hopefully remember how to do it from level 1. So it should be fresh for everybody. So let's see. Okay, so I forked it, got my manifest, and I'm ready to get to the next step, which I think will be deploying this thing. Please wait while we set up Argo CD for you. I'm done waiting.
And it also doesn't let you skip, if you noted as well.
Oh, it doesn't let you skip?
No.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, it doesn't let you skip. All right, so we're going to create an application. We could use this doing the UI or the CLI. Call them my favorite apps. Put it in the default project, sync policy manual. I already told you all of this stuff and what it does. Let's put in our repository and let's specify app of apps. Set our cluster and set our namespace. Okay, so rapidly we're going to see as this, once we actually click synchronize on this, it's going to deploy all these applications. So you can see all these applications are previewed, but if I try to go to them, they don't exist yet, right? Because we haven't synced it. So let's go ahead and sync. And as we do, you can actually see all the applications showing up. Boom, boom, boom. And we can see their synchronization status. Now, by default, in Argo CD, starting with version 1.8 and on, right now we're on version 2.4, the synchronization status of the application that's here references the application manifest and not its child resources. This is going to be important later when we get to sync waves. Actually, I don't even think we talk about that aspect of dependency management. There's a great blog post on it. We'll sideline it. Never mind. Okay, so now that we've got this all deployed, we've just deployed 7 applications in a single step. Already, I'm feeling the scale begin to flow through my blood. My veins are filling with scale. All right. So remember, the root application is monitoring a child application definition. It's just monitoring that resource. And each application is monitoring all of its components.
Question from
Yeah.
Discord.
Shoot,
Is there a visual sign?
That something is
It's a
from
parent
an
app.
app of app?
Yeah, nope.
No. Within this, it's actually a great question. Within the Argo CD UI, there's no visual sign that will distinguish it. If you're looking at a app, obviously you can see it. Even if you look at it in the list view, it's not distinct. Another time to mention, within CodeFresh, we actually do distinguish these things. So if you look at an application that is an app of apps, it'll actually label it. And then we also show a hierarchy of applications within the main view. So you can see which ones are rolled up to which. That's a great question. Did we pay them to get me to plug CodeFresh? Keep that up. Keep that up. You want free stickers? That's how you get free stickers. All right. So we looked at the hierarchy of applications in here within that view. So we've already seen that, so we can move forward. Oh, I was supposed to remove. Okay, wait. Sorry. Yeah, delete one of the child applications using the Argo CD UI or CLI. We don't specify how you do it. How will you do it? This is a test. I mean, I'm just going to click this button. Once it's deleted, you'll actually see that it will not come back automatically because we have manual sync turned on. If we had automated sync turned on and self-healing, it would automatically redeploy it. App of apps also affects how applications are removed from a cluster. So I mentioned during level 1, and some people are just joining for level 2, so I'll repeat it. Argo CD finalizers work on child applications. So when you delete a parent application, all the applications will only be removed if that Argo CD finalizer is set. So let's see, the task here is to delete the main application. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And we can see that it's actually triggering deletion of all of these resources. Now that is because if we look at the example of my apps in here, you can see that this deletion finalizer is set. If this deletion finalizer were not set, we could delete the root application and none of the child applications would be deleted. So depending on your use case, you may want to have that or may not want to have that. You can always add a parent app, the parenthetical. If you have a resource that exists within Kubernetes that's not currently managed by Argo CD, if you define that resource in an application, Argo CD will take over management of that existing resource, and that includes applications. So you could actually delete it and re-add it. Remember that a root application is handled like any other Argo CD application. It can be committed to source control and updated via GitOps. So let's get into cluster bootstrapping. We're going to use Argo CD app of apps during infrastructure provisioning. So let's look at this app roots of root, my application. And we're going to make sure it's forked. Oh, okay, triggering stuff. So we're going to app of apps, root applications. And my application. And here we deployed this, even though it was from my repo, the child apps were actually all from the original repo that wasn't forked. So to make it work off of my version, I'm going to need to edit this and just change it to my username here. And I'll just commit that directly. So that also shows you how you can actually you could actually potentially distribute the source of applications from many different repositories. However, I don't really recommend having your state defined in a bunch of different repositories. Like using app of apps across different repositories is sort of an anti-pattern because it makes it a little bit harder to see what's going on. Your auditing is a lot more difficult to track down. So let's redeploy that root application. And in this case, we're going to do that using applying the manifest directly using Kubernetes. So this would be typical for a bootstrap situation, is doing it this way. If you're using something like Argo CD bootstrap, you actually bootstrap Argo CD, and then that triggers the bootstrap of all your applications. So it's pretty awesome in that way. Okay, once that triggers, you're going to see it's already picked up all my child applications and it's begun synchronizing them. That's because this manifest actually has an automated sync policy. So yeah, Argo CD Autopilot, great to use. You can also use infrastructure as code solution like Terraform, Plumi, or Crossplane. All right, so we'll check that. It will see all my applications. By using GitOps to manage the root application, you can modify the list of default applications installed in a cluster by simply using Git without resorting to Argo CD CLI or UI. So we're going to handle the root application with GitOps. And to do this, okay, we're ready to modify the default applications we installed. Right now, the root application is only installed in a single cluster, but imagine you had this application configured for multiple clusters. We want to modify the application list in the most GitOps way possible. This means only Git commits without the need for the UI or the CLI. So we're going to modify the list of default applications. So as an example, your organization has decided that all clusters must also have Argo workflows and the KubeView dashboard. Remember that the root app is now monitoring your repo and specifically under the My App list inside of it. So as soon as an application is added or removed from the folder, Argo CD will auto sync it. So add 2 additional applications there. Go to GitHub in your own fork and copy 2 more apps from the More Apps folder. There are extra manifests. So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm actually going to diverge a little bit by just pulling this in locally because it's easier to move files that way. Oh, yo, I already did. Your branch is ahead.
Want to answer another question? There's another question coming in on Discord.
Sure, yeah.
Question: what's the best way to migrate a non-Argo CD managed app into Argo CD, if possible, without downtime?
Kostas, you want to answer that?
In most cases, if the application you already have in the cluster is exactly the same as the one that you are deploying with Argo CD should leave the resources unchanged and you will have no downtime. So make sure that what you are deploying is exactly the same. Do not have additional changes that you want to put there.
Perfect. All right. You can do this in the UI as well, just by copying and pasting stuff. So I got these guys. Into my upload. And I'll go ahead and push this.
You know, I should actually start using Git MB because I just moved the file.
I know, but then it deletes it. Yeah, it's a whole.
Yeah, it's a whole. I should actually. You remind me every time I see you see you type it.
I do it too because if you like have a file that somebody else created, if you do like just a copy, then you like steal credit for it in GitHub. And I'm very into credit. All right, so if we look, we had deployed Argo workflows and KubeView. No, I just want to do a refresh. So we can see that it hadn't picked those up because it hadn't hit the refresh timer. It would have if we waited for it, but it picked it up immediately. Here's KubeView and here's Argo workflows, and those have already been deployed. Bada bing, bada boom. A lot of these services, by the way, if you look at them, they're actually just demo services with names that you would expect. So we didn't feel like we needed to actually spin up all of those resources. It just takes more compute for no reason. All right, so let's check that out and it's going to work. Boom. How much did I enjoy it? I loved it. Whoever made this is a genius. All right, multi-cluster management. Oh, yes. The only thing is you can't like, Oh, really? Okay. So I'm going to hit launch. It's going to say starting, and I'll go back and look. Okay. Doing it live. All right. Multi-cluster management. So we didn't add additional clusters in Argo CD. We only were deploying to the cluster that we were already on. So it's very common to use Argo CD to manage multiple clusters. We call this a hub and spoke model. The hub being Argo CD, with the spokes being the additional clusters that are under management. Hub and spoke is a great model, and it works very well for a certain amount of scale. This is another time to mention one of the things we do with the enterprise version of Argo at CodeFresh is we have a control plane. So if you have many hub and spokes that you want to bring into a single view, we have a control plane that does that. So you can look at all those things. But let's get into multi-cluster management. All we really need to do is start deploying to all of these things. So let's, we can talk about centralized versus uncentralized. Yeah, let me actually take a moment on this. So on centralized, so hub and spoke versus like an Argo per cluster, there are implications for what happens in hub and spoke. There are basically, the first is performance. So Argo CD is performant, and there is an Argo CD high availability version, which allows you to replicate out many of the components of Argo CD. And you're going to be able to scale that to a fair amount to handle a number of resources. Within Argo CD, there's not a big difference between, basically, the bottleneck is how many objects under management. And an object could be literally all of the Kubernetes resources, or it could be clusters. So it should be roughly the same to manage 10,000 clusters with one application as it is to manage one application. Sorry, as it would be to manage one cluster with 10,000 applications. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, everybody got it. I got it. I'm thinking about it. So the security is one thing for how often you want to start sharding out and when we say sharding Argo CD, a lot of people with a database background are like, oh, cool, there's a sharding option so I can send out these components. No, what we're actually talking about is literally just splitting up and having a separate Argo CD instance. There's not a sharding function, like a true sharding function where you just split up components. That's sort of an enterprise. That's something that's sort of part of the enterprise offering for CodeFresh. So the other reason that you would want to do it is not just for performance, but also for security. If I were to open an Argo CD instance to the internet and invite anybody to create a user, and I used role-based access controls within Argo to scope people to a specific place, I would not consider that safe. The reason for that is that when you allow people to deploy using Argo CD, you are allowing them to hand code that is going to execute in your environment. Anybody that's dealt with user-generated code executing in their environment knows that is really, really hard to make completely secure. We have taken a lot of steps in Argo CD to limit the pathways for exploitation of if I'm adding, well, let me put it this way. We support JSON, right? Or any config management tool you want to use. JSON is a full programming language. I could program whatever the hell I wanted into my manifest generation. And so you get into things like people trying to do traversals or access things that are maybe on the cluster or those kinds of things. Again, we've limited a lot of that. We've limited it to the extent that is possible, so it's not easily exploitable. Michael Crenshaw had a talk yesterday where he talked about exploiting these pathways, and he actually implemented most of the fixes to try to prevent traversals and things like that. So from a security perspective, can you safely use hub and spoke with a couple hundred developers? Yes, and you can feel pretty confident that things are going to work well, and you're not going to really have issues. If one of them is But you should be aware that there are these potentials. So at some point you might want to start thinking, I do actually want to split up these things a little bit more, just because of the limitations of what role-based access control can give me. The third reason really is about access. So if I have a region, my east region is deploying to a bunch of clusters, my west region is deploying to a bunch of different clusters, and I want to keep, I don't want to have any ingress or egress fees across those things. I might have an hub and spoke and a hub and spoke over here. That's another reason why you'd have distribution, right? So that goes into regions. Internal clusters are what we've been deploying to. External clusters are when you add an external cluster. I don't know how to explain it. It's an additional cluster that's outside, and you'll see it once we actually start deploying to it. So when we add a cluster, we have to do this with the CLI. And what this is going to do, the reason for that is because Argo CD cluster add is going to work off of our local kube config to add that context, and it's going to set things up from there. I think we're ready probably to get into, yeah, because all this stuff is basically we're going to demo. Yeah, and we'll get into projects. Yep, it's all ready. Let me take this one out of the oven that I prepared a few minutes ago. Some of you are probably wondering, how did you get multiple clusters to run in this lab environment? That's a good question for you to ask Kostas after this, because he's the one that did it. All right, so our example is going to be, again, this simple application. We already forked it, so we're ready to kick into the next bit. Please wait while we set up Argo CD. Again, we've got Argo CD installed in the UI. Notice there's two tabs here, one for Argo cluster, one for cluster 2. Cluster 2 does not have Argo installed with it. So you can see there's no Argo CD namespace. Whereas in Argo cluster 1, you can see there is an Argo CD namespace. So we're going to add that extra cluster here in a second. So to do this, we're going to go to the cluster 2 terminal, because this is the one we need to add. And we're going to do, first we're going to log in to Argo CD. And you can see that we've specified this other VM that's running over here. It's going to be running in insecure only because we don't have HTTPS, which we didn't do for this local setup. But if you're working with, in general, you should be able to use it with SSL, assuming you have that. Admin password, and it's basically just not going to verify. It's going to run with SSL, but it's not going to verify the certificates. So to get the password, we put it in the editor for you. Those of you that remember the chaos of the the morning session will remember how to get the Argo CD admin password that is by default created, but there we go. Once we've logged in, we can go ahead and add our cluster. Argo CD cluster add default, and then we specify a name for it, cluster 2. So this is actually going to become our default cluster to deploy to. This is going to create a service account on that cluster. So that's really the only modification it makes to the target cluster is creating a service account, which then Argo is going to use. So this is good to know. If you're using like AWS, many of you will use AWS single sign-on, and you know that your Kubernetes credentials basically expire after a little while. So when we run this, what it's going to do is it's actually going to create a new permanent service account on that cluster, and pass that information to your original cluster. So now that we've done that, if we go in the Argo UI and we go under settings and clusters, you'll see that we have in cluster and cluster 2. In cluster's address is kubernetes.default.service, and the cluster 2 address is this internal IP address to the Kubernetes API. When we specify applications to deploy, we're going to be able to do that using either the URL or the name, or both, I think. And if they diverge, it won't be able to deploy. We can go look at that service account really quick. Yep, we can see we just created it. There we go. And again, we do need network connectivity from the Argo cluster to all the clusters that it's going to deploy to. Deploying an application to an external cluster is very similar to deploying one internally. So let's start a new application. Set our project name default. We're going to have an automatic synchronization policy. And we will take our repo. And we're going to take simple application again. Except this time, we're going to specify the external cluster. Again, you can do this by URL or name. I greatly prefer using name, especially for bootstrapping, because I can nuke all the clusters and then I simply re-add them and all of the name references on my applications will be up to date. All right, so I'm going to create that application and it's going to deploy like normal. Everything looks the same, except now the destination is cluster 2 versus in cluster. Of course, if we go over here and look at, this is creating a service and deployment. So if I do like a git, you can see our simple service, whereas on the Argo cluster, no simple service. Straightforward. Wow. Everybody's in the audience just went, my face is exploding.
Someone asked about on the Discord about refreshing the token, right? So you added that service account.
Yes.
Does Argo CD automatically rotate that, or is that something you manually have to do?
No. Argo CD does not automatically rotate that key. You have to manually do that if you want to reset it. An Argo CD instance managing external clusters can still deploy applications to the same cluster it's running on. This one, again, we already have this external app, so we can do the exact same thing and deploy it. And just to show how the same it is, let's do kgit applications from Argo CD, and we could get application external app. We could literally save this file. We would need to strip out the revisions and stuff. There's a cool tool for doing that, but yeah, there's a cool plugin. Actually, Christian made a plugin for doing that. I'll just do it in the UI. Internal app, default, automatic. Same application. But this one's going to go internal. Still going to go default. Create, rock and roll. Now, remember, these are pointed at the same folder in Git. So if I change something in this application, it'll be automatically deployed to both clusters. Also, naming is important. If I were to name internal app, external app, even though it's getting deployed to a different cluster, it's still on the same instance of Argo CD, and so one would overwrite the other, and I would only have one app. Boom. So happy. Okay. Now let's generate some applications using application sets. Start the lab. Thank you, guys. I'll do this without you. All right, application sets. So application sets, like when we showed you app of app, first it was like, okay, I deployed an app. I just describe it, I deploy it. Then it was app of apps. Oh, I can bootstrap my cluster. Oh, that's super nice. Oh, I can like make it so that I can just make one command to add all my applications and make sure everything's working great. So at this point, we're going to take those ideas, we're going to give them a whole bunch of crack and turn it up to 11 with application sets. Application sets are a way of generating applications programmatically. This is especially useful if you have a large number of clusters and you need to deploy a flavor of an application across all of those clusters, or there are other scenarios where you can use it to make it easier for your engineers to just add things. When it comes to application sets, let's show you like, deploying to multiple Kubernetes clusters, multiple namespaces, different Git repositories and branches, great. Well, let's look at one for a second. So this is an application set called Guestbook, and application sets have the concept of generators. Generators are what are going to be used to generate each application. In this case, we're going to use a list generator. List generator is the simplest kind of application generator. We'll talk about other generators, I think, in a second. And here, all we're doing is we're going to generate one for internal cluster that we're going to be naming engineering dev, and one for another cluster called engineering prod. You'll notice these are actually pointing at the same cluster. They wouldn't be in real life, but you can see that we can still model them differently. These could actually have different permissions.
Yeah, it's also important to note that the elements, those are just key value pairs. You don't have to use cluster, the key. You don't have to use URL.
That's right.
You can do foo, bar, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You can, it's basically, it's
Any argument you want to pass. Yeah. Here, you can see that we're substituting in cluster and we're substituting in, URL where it's necessary. And this template is metadata for an application. Currently, this templating uses a templating engine called Simple Template. We are, I think in Argo 2.5, we're actually going to be implementing support for full Go templates. Why do you care? Because Go templates can do things like loops, and they can also do things like setting default values. So with simple templating, you can't set default values. So if you have a generator that provides most of the values, but not all of them, you now need all of the, you won't necessarily need that information to be there. So it's gonna make them a lot more flexible. When we talk about generators, yeah, I mean, we just explained that, so I don't need to explain it again. We're going to show these. Okay, so let's talk about what kinds of generators there are. There are list generators, which we just looked at. You just throw that into the file, make your list, make whatever variables you want, have it generate them however you want, and you apply it that way. The other are cluster generators. So this will take your existing clusters that are part of your Argo CD instance, and then it will just generate an application for each cluster, right? It basically will just follow the template based on that source. There are Git generators, and there are two types. There are directory generators. So this will take a path, and then you can iterate through that path to generate information based off of what's in that path. Or you can do file generators. So for example, here you have config.json, and these config.json can have, when we actually go to generate this application, do we have an example in here? Yeah, so you can see like the path is saying anything under cluster config, there's going to be some kind of variable in here, and then it's going to be .config.json in that subfolder. So any subfolder with config.json is going to take that as an argument to go and generate applications. This is actually the basis of how Argo CD autopilot works by default, is it uses a config.json to do this. I believe that as of Argo 2.4, we support doing YAML in your file generators as well, instead of just JSON. You can also do source code management providers. So let's say that you have a GitHub connected and a Bitbucket connected, or multiple GitHubs connected. You can have those all be the basis for generating applications. My personal favorite, the pull request generator. This one is chef's kiss, delight. This is a fine selection of generators that I have for you today. We'll be featuring the pull request generator. The pull request generator is the creme de la creme. This is a way of every pull request that is opened onto a Git repo becomes the source for generating applications. What does that mean I can do? It means that every time a developer opens a pull request, I can automatically generate an application and deploy what they have in their pull request to an environment that will disappear as soon as the pull request is closed, either because it was merged and great or because it was closed and shunned and bad. Ooh, lovely. Did you have a question? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're like, hey, what's the next one? You're like, yeah, that's chef's kiss, creme de la creme, a pull request generator. It didn't get me going. I want to see what you have in a cluster decision resource generator. So this is an advanced generator that can be used to discover clusters based on specific Kubernetes resources. What would that mean? Things like crossplane, things like vCluster, things like cluster API, that kind of thing. There are also matrix and merge generators, and these are used for combining the primary generators. For example, if you already have a cluster generator from all of your clusters and a Git generator for all of your apps, you can combine them with a matrix generator to deploy all of your apps to all of your clusters. So those are pretty cool. There's actually, he's not here today. This is not coming in Argo 2.5, but there is a pull request right now being worked on to create rollout strategies for application sets. So you could use a generator with a rollout strategy to basically say, roll this out to 30% of my clusters, see how it goes, and then progressively roll out to the rest of my clusters. So that's a pretty cool policy engine for doing like fleet management, but that's not out yet.
Technologic from the Discord says pull request generator is by far the coolest thing I've learned here at ArgoCon.
There we go. Thank
Chef's
you.
kiss again.
Thank you, Techno Viking. What was his name?
Technologic.
Technologic. Thank you. I'm going to think of you as Techno Viking in my head, and I'm going to see you just thumping out of the parade. YouTube Techno Viking when you get bored, if you haven't seen it. All right. So we've already forked our stuff. We're going to deploy a single application multiple times. We're going to deploy multiple applications to multiple clusters and show how to use application set generators. All right, our example is found under application sets. So let's go look at our application sets. Here we are. Ooh. So under here, we've got our manifests that are going to be used. This is our deployment and service that are going to be deployed for all of our different configurations. For my generators, I've got many apps, many clusters, many apps, single apps many times. Get real weird with it. So first, we're going to deploy an application multiple times. So this is useful, for example, too many namespaces, too many clusters, many applications just single cluster, many applications in many clusters. All right, so let's use the list generator. And here we're going to be using namespaces to start off with. We've got a team A, a team B, a team C, namespace staging. Let's do it. Application sets.
I don't know the answer to this, so I'll ask it out loud. Does a pull request generator work with GitLab? It feels like it's only GitHub right now.
Yeah,
right?
I think
it's only GitHub currently, but I
think it's only
know
GitHub currently.
I know they're working on like Bitbucket, so I'm sure GitLab's on that as well.
Yeah, on that one, go tell GitLab to make it. Get it
Yeah,
added.
I say PRs are welcome.
PRs are welcome. Send them in. All right. Path is gonna be .application sets / my application sets. Cluster is gonna be my local one. My in cluster. All of this has to go to Argo CD, of course, just like App of Apps does. And once we deploy it, we will see the applications kick off. Boom, 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 boom. We look under the application sets, we can see that it generates an application set, marks it, and then we can see all the applications that are generated. Someone asked earlier, if you're using App of Apps, is there a visual distinction? The answer is no, not for the applications. In CodeFresh, the enterprise version, it does show you this. It distinguishes between application sets and shows a hierarchy of these things. And just like with App of Apps, these applications have their own policies that you set in your generator. So if I look at my apps YAML that's doing my generation, this one, oh wait, no, which one I was looking at? Oh, sorry. Thank you. This is the one, yes. Okay, so you can see on my generator where I generate my applications and I specify their projects and their source and their destination and their sync policies. Just because my application set might be self-healing doesn't mean that the child applications are self-healing, right? They're their own applications. The parent application in an App of Apps or the application set app is responsible only for synchronizing the application resource. And then the applications each are responsible for getting their resources synced. You can also have Argo CD auto-discover files or folders in your Git repo with the Git generator. So in this case, we're going to look at the generator's many apps. And the way that this one is going to work is it's going to look inside of the example apps folder, and it's going to look and iterate over that to fill in paths. They're going to be under there. So let's look under that example apps under here. So you can see that we have an application in each folder, and inside of these folders, we just have our deployment and service YAMLs. So all we're going to be specifying is essentially the name that is going to get passed in by the folder. So this is a folder generator, right? So let's deploy that one. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. So deploying multiple applications to a single cluster, let's deploy this application set now. In your own Git repo, copy the many apps YAML to the my application sets. optionally delete this one to remove the previous example. Okay, let's do it. Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong repo. Oh, no, I'm in the right repo. I'm just, yeah. Thank you. Application sets. Nice. I guess I can just do it that way. Generators, many apps, .yaml into sets, my application sets. Nice. And let's remove the extra one. Push that up. Now. Yeah. I'm gonna wait a second and see what just popped in. Get a little drink. Yeah. If anybody's wondering, what happens if I have a recursive app of apps? If I deploy an app that references itself, or a child app that references the parent? The answer is it won't work. It won't kill Argo CD or anything. It'll just fail to deploy that additional layer of application. So here you can see now we have these two application sets. And this one's shutting down, the one that we removed, and the new one has been generated and is generating all of these other applications now over here.
Well, there's a tip from Technologic in case anyone here wants to do it. For your GitHub repo, if you just, instead of github.com/ all that other stuff, you could do github.dev, and it drops you into a web VS Code, so you can copy everything. Yeah, I know. Mine explode.
What, like in the browser?
Yeah, in the browser, yeah. It drops you to a 10 VS Code. So like all that, but instead of com, do dev.
What?
Right, mind blown. So you can do it all there.
Whoa, pull request generator?
Yes, right.
GitHub.dev. I had no idea that this was a thing.
There you go.
I still want to use command line copy things. Yeah,
Yes, but it's a good tip just in
Yeah.
case.
You'll notice when you look at an application set child apps, and thank you for the tip, Techno, not Viking, Technologic. You'll notice that the application set resource has a synchronization and health. The child apps don't. Why? Because they're virtual, right? The application sets are generated at runtime. So they're it doesn't have to, once the application set is synced, all the child applications are essentially virtual applications are created. So they don't need to have that additional note on them. All right. That also demonstrated how we were able to change all the applications that were deployed just in Git by referencing, modifying what was in the application set. You can add external deployment clusters to Argo CD using the Argo CD CLI and a local kubeconfig file. Let's do it. So we're going to add some external clusters. Here we have two clusters. We have Kubernetes VM, Kubernetes VM2, and Kubernetes VM3. Kubernetes VM1 is where Argo is living, and this is cluster 2 and cluster 3. Again, you can see that Argo CD is not on this one. So let's go ahead and log in to Argo CD. And we'll need to specify our password again. We need to do this for each of the clusters. Now, if you're using this locally, you have a kube config file, you're switching contexts, you only are logged into Argo CD once. This is a more bulletproof way to teach this. People won't get stuck. But yeah, let's look in the editor, get that sweet admin password. And we can copy this whole thing into cluster 3. Okay, so now we've authenticated into Argo CD in each session, in each VM. And now we can just go ahead and run the commands to add them. So for cluster 2, cluster add default. Default is the project that it's adding to. We haven't talked that much about projects. Projects are just a way of organizing things. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Argo CD cluster add is then the cluster name and then the name that you want to specify inside of Argo. Otherwise, it'll take the context name by default. But since it's default, I don't want that to be the name that gets pushed into Argo. It's going to create that service account that you have to manage yourself later if you wanted to rotate the keys. Oh, and you notice I just tried to run it on the same. Why wouldn't it work? Because this cluster has already been added. I need to go over here to cluster 3 to do it. Okay, so that's it. Now I can look in Argo CD UI. We can look under clusters. We can see our 3 clusters have been added. Okay, let's check it out. Cluster generator iterates over all connected clusters in your Argo CD instance. So now we're going to use the cluster generator. You can see, you can see that under our generators, we're going to specify clusters. You could pass in a specific set of names here, I believe, rather than, yeah, labels. Oh, labels, sorry. And it's going to explicitly set server and name variables. So before, when we were doing the list generator, use whatever variables you want. If you're using cluster generator, follow the cluster generator rules. This is true of basically all the other generators, is that they all have their own specific names for the components that they have. So we're going to copy application single app multiple clusters to our application set. So you can see we still are working with the application set that we deployed before. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to do it easy to copy things this way. Application sets, single app. Oh, generator. Clusters.yaml into application sets. My application sets. Try to get too fancy. All right, remove those. And we can optionally delete the other one. Let's do it. And we're going to get rid of the many apps YAML. Deploy to multiple clusters. And we'll go look at that file too. So while this is going to go synchronize, let's just look at that file really quick. This one. Oh, I moved it. Yeah, okay, yeah, I just moved it over there. So yeah, you can see the cluster. the generators are cluster. And then here's the templates used, and it's going to specify the name and the server, and then everything else is basically set manually. I can't remember if there are more arguments than that, but
what ends up happening is that the generator looks at the secret for that specific cluster. And then so it fills out the information from that secret.
oh yeah, so here now we see the same app. This billing app has now been deployed to my 3 different clusters. Notice their names still need to be unique because we're using a single Argo CD instance, hub and spoke. All right. This does require a manual refresh because my application sets something. The matrix generator combines 2 existing generators and produces all combinations from their values. You guys ever play 4D chess? Because you're about to. Deploy multiple applications to multiple clusters. All right, we're going to use that matrix generator. So let's go and create a matrix generator. I hope people aren't shortchanged by me not always reading that stuff. So we're going to copy again to deploy this, and we'll go take a look at it. Copy. Oh, let's move it. I mean, generator. Many apps, many clusters, many cluster. To application sets, my application sets. Let's remove the old one. Should just be moving it back, really. I guess they're in my Git history. All right, now that I've moved that. Oh, I think it should say enter the matrix. That's the commit for that one. Oh, before I push it, I did it anyway. Here, github.dev. What? Yeah, go ahead.
So normally in this exercise, you need to change several things in the file. But since we are here, we can tell you a cheat. There is a folder called solutions in the GitHub repository. And the file there is already as it should be. So you can take it from there, Dan, if you don't want to make
No, I don't want to
your
cheat.
life difficult.
I'm not going to use the cheat codes. What kind of example am I going to be setting? I'm a father. Yeah, what are my kids going to learn? All right, so we're going to go into the many apps, many repos cluster, and we need to change the repo URL. Why is it pointing at Argo CD, Argo project? I mean, never. Okay, I'm going to specify my own repo, and I'm going to specify my path. And then I'm going to grab the clusters. In this example, it has clusters and it's specifying by label here just to show you how to do it, but I could actually just replace this. because I'm deploying to every cluster, I can just do it like that. Right? Yeah. Change the default project. Oh, remove the label selector. Huh. I got it for that. Okay. And then use the default project. Thank you. Oh yeah, so I don't need to specify the environment here. I'm just going to be setting it to use default. It's a little hands-on working with these things. That's nice. All right, change the repo UL. Oop, we got a typo. This time you won't take my correction away from me, Costas. Of course, I'm the one that did the editing, so I'm the one that missed it. Change the repo URL for application template. This one. Because all the applications I'm going to be generating are going to be coming from my own repo. They're going to be coming from inside the house. And I'm going to add a sync policy, auto sync policy. Still not cheating. I always look up how to make the sync policies. There we go. That's good. Let's go ahead and commit that. That's good. And application size. Yep, URL, project, URL, and then what line I have sync policy on. Really enter the matrix. I'm not even seeing Git commits anymore. I just see blonde, brunette, redhead. Little matrix joke. All right, so now we refresh this and it should work. It didn't work before because I hadn't modified those arguments yet. Boom. Oh my gosh, look at all these. So yeah, you can see how suddenly you're like, oh, I have 3 flavors for each application, for each different environment. Oh my gosh, I just created so many applications. One shot, yeah. All right, so you should be done with that exercise now. I went pretty slow. Oh, I love that track. Like and subscribe to that track. Yes, oh, this one's great. Okay, so before we move on from the application sets for a second, and while people are sort of finishing up, sometimes there's a tendency of people to think in application sets versus app of apps. And they're like, oh, application sets is better. I actually had somebody tell me one time, oh, application sets is the better new version of app of apps. And I think this is incorrect. They have 2 different use cases, actually. They have overlapping use cases for sure, but they have 2 different use cases. So you can have an app of apps. What we did here is actually we have an app of apps of application sets, right? So we were using an app of apps to actually define all the different application sets we have. So we have a single Git source of truth. I like to often think about app of apps as Git sources. It's just, oh, whatever's in this folder is going to get deployed. And that includes all my applications and my application sets. You can also do the inverse. You can use application sets to generate app of apps, which you may also want to do because when it comes to dependency management, if you want to change the order that resources are brought up, you're going to want to use oftentimes app of apps combined with sync waves, so you can create resources between them. We are going to cover sync waves and sync hooks, though we're not necessarily going to cover dependency management, but you'll see how we can do it. So let's talk about Git repository creation strategy. Is everybody done with that exercise? Raise your hand if you finished. Not quite all of you. You still need more time? I'll start on the next thing while you're working it out. I'm easy to tune out, don't worry. My wife tells me all the time. She does not. She loves my jokes. All right. That's right. Yeah, my heartbeat's going. All right, so let's talk about creation strategy. There's a great blog post on this. We covered in here. Oh, wait, do I need to start the next exercise? Not for a minute. Oh, yeah, I am going to start it. I'm going to start the next exercise now. So when it comes to Git repository creation strategies, there are a couple. The first one is an environment per branch. What are we talking about? We have been using a Git repo as a source of truth for, in that last exercises, for 3 clusters, right? Now, I could technically have multiple Argo CD instances connecting and deploying to the same cluster. Is it a good idea? Probably not. Like, I don't really need to do that. It'd be better if I have kind of an Argo CD own a cluster. So I'm not going to go fight with some other controller out there that might be trying to deploy resources over the top of me or something. But when we talk about, okay, I've got a Git repo that's managing that cluster, how should that repo be organized and how should it be structured? Very common is an environment per branch. So this is called Git flow. Typically, you have these long-running branches, like a branch named staging, a branch named production. This is certainly the way that I used to manage my environments, is I had like a staging branch, I had this production branch. You make a change into the staging branch. You promote that change with a PR from staging to production to deploy that. This Git flow is very popular for the reason that most people are familiar with it coming from application development. But as you get into environment management with GitOps, this approach is very discouraged, not only by us, but also by the creator of GitFlow. He says, don't use this for managing your environments. We had a fantastic talk yesterday from Adobe, who's sitting over here smirking. Because they actually covered this in their talk as well. They said, oh yeah, using it for branches, that's a bad idea, bad idea. Everybody universally agrees. This creates a lot of issues, and we'll talk about why in a second. The second strategy is an environment per folder. That's actually what we modeled a second ago. An environment per folder is our recommended strategy. So you have a single Git repo. You have your main branch or your master branch, and you have folders for each environment. And this makes it very easy to run a diff from environment A to environment B. The third one is an environment per repository. This one is favored by, this one, an environment per repository, is favored by some other tools out there. It does have some advantages where you kind of have some isolation in place. And you can definitely, with Argo CD, you can use an environment per repository, and each Argo CD just has its own environment, and it's always managing one cluster, and anything that's in that repository is deployed. And that one, that may be something that you investigate from a permissions standpoint or a team organization standpoint. Isn't there a law? What's the DevOps law that your tools will end up reflecting your organization structure. You know what I'm talking about? Conway's law. Did I butcher it, or did I say it correctly? Yeah, there. Yeah. Any organization that designs a system will produce a design whose structure is a copy of the organization's communication structure.
Yeah. And I go a little bit further when I start having this conversation, is that people are looking for, it's like, I want a GitOps repo, show me how to do it. And I say, well, I'll show you how to do it, but if your organization is not ready for it, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah.
Like you can't work at it backwards either, right? Like you have to, if you want to do DevOps, you have to do DevOps first, and then and then adopt the repo structure that fits that way, that model. So
yeah, if you're the environment per folder is sort of a mono repo approach, right? And an environment per repository is the multi repo approach of the same idea. Mono repo works very well. There are some tools to help you manage permissions across like folders and things like code owners that take a little bit of setting up, but and it's a little bit more complex than like for branch protection, but it's very doable, very, very doable. And it is what we recommend. And then the fourth approach would just be some kind of combination of those things. So to talk about in using branches per environment for a second and why this is bad, if this is what your flow looks like, you can just quietly hang your head and schedule at least 15 minutes later to feel bad about the situation, and then resolve to better your situation. So the problem with this style, we covered some of it already, but when we're using Kubernetes manifests, we have a lot more divergence. If we're using application source code, the application source code from staging and production shouldn't really diverge. So having a staging version of the application and then a production version of the application, generally you're going to be able to do a pull request from one to the other without changes. But with our Kubernetes configuration, we generally have standing differences that we don't want to move from staging to production. Suddenly those become complex to model, and you end up going through and doing like Git cherry picks when you're trying to do your PR, and you have to decide, oh, this thing never gets merged, and that thing always does get merged, and oh crap, I merged that thing, I didn't mean to. And it's very common to run into issues because you're merging the wrong components from staging to production. So that messes you up, unfortunately, way too much. Yeah, so we recommend the trunk-based development because ultimately that promotion is never a simple git merge. And there's a great example in here. Should we go through it right now? No, I mean, I explained it. Yeah, so you basically always end up with these, that kind of drift. The other issue is like if you have something in production that is broken, you do an ad hoc change into production that doesn't go into staging, suddenly now staging needs to be reconciled. You have some kind of merge conflict you have to deal with. That's not great either. And then managing these different Git branches for a large number of environments is terrible. I mean, you're talking about, let's say I have 5 environments like load testing, integration, QA, and staging. And let's say that each of those is deployed to the EU, to the US, and other places and have different variants. Suddenly I have the number of multiplicity that I have to keep track of, and then do Git merges and Git cherry picks to move them across. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It also is not the way that Helm and Customize are designed to work. Both of these work really well off of folder structures. They're both have an advantage of working this way. In Customize, which we did not cover as in depth this morning, just because of time, it actually has support for an overlay for each folder, which is perfect for modeling environments. So it is the preferred way that those tools have picked. So you can see if I have an overlay for production and an overlay for staging. If I were using Gitflow, I would have an overlay for environment and a bunch of nonsense difficulty in moving changes between those things, right? So it's just not good. So if you're still not convinced, in the chat, If you're still not convinced, put it out there, and then everyone else in the chat dogpile them. No, I know. Take their argument seriously. By all means, we're happy to hear it. But the debate is very well settled at this point on not using long-running branches and
Yeah.
not running Git flow.
There's actually a good question about how to manage security and permissions if we want to have a repo per team, which each repo have directory per environments.
With each team having what?
Repo per team, where each repo has directory per environments. I guess, how do you manage permissioning if you have?
Oh, yeah, because I mean, they're saying like, well, I just want to have basically repo access and branch protection that's relegated to teams. If I were to move that into a single mono repo, how would I do that? In Git, we have like the concept of a code owners file, which allows us to specify like, oh, these teams can merge into these folders. Those teams can't. So there is a way to do it. And that would be my recommendation. And that's what we do in open source world. That's what we do in communities, is like we have code owners that allow us to go where we need to go, and we get approvals from the people we need to get approvals from. Also, we're not really going to talk about this in level 2 too much, but truthfully, most of the changes that are going to happen from staging to production, et cetera, are usually updating images. And that should all be automated. We actually will cover how to do it with Argo Image Updater. The other option is to generate those with pull requests, which there are some advantages to using a CI/CD system like CodeFresh. And we have some templates and stuff to help you do that. So environment per branch, I think I've covered it. I mean, we've explained it pretty well. This goes a little bit more in depth into the arguments, and so if you want to spend some time and read through these, it is worthwhile. But I essentially covered all these things. I already started it, and we already talked about Git repo. So let's go. Let's just go. Let's go. Yeah. There's a break in 30 minutes. But no one will tackle you if you need to step out. Well, that guy. He might. All right. Oh, I did start it. Look, see, it's already ready. Okay. So we're going to kick off this live exercise environment per, wait, environment per what? Per branch. Environment promotion. Oh, yeah. We're going to be promoting, yes, across environments. Okay, so I've already cloned my repo. Okay, here, I'm not gonna narrate this exercise as much because this is actually application of all the stuff we just learned. So you should be able to figure out how to implement.
By the way, those who are curious, ArgoCon talks are up on YouTube already.
Sick.
So CNCF, the CNCF YouTube page. So if you go to CNCF YouTube page, there's a playlist.
First try. You love to see it. Has everybody created their 3 applications? No. You can create them manually. It's okay. You just go ahead, create each application. If you need to bail out, that's okay. And just get that done. The solution that I picked was to create an application set. And I took the example that we had earlier from the list generator, and I had one for namespace. And I looked at the file tree and noticed that the environments were all named with the same thing as the namespaces. So I only had to pass in one variable to generate these applications. And then once I did that, I actually created an application manually to point to this application set. Normally, I would actually create that application and save it out. But you could do that by just doing, taking this, you can actually go and just grab the manifest, for example. So you can just take this and dump it into your Git repo and then just apply it. Argo CD Bootstrap is really nice because it just has one of these built in. So you just have a folder you can just drop stuff into and it'll just get picked up and rock and roll. Anybody stuck on this one? Do you need another minute? We're doing okay. F's in the chat if you've got it deployed. I don't know if everybody in the chat gets that. I figured everybody on Twitch was like, yeah, okay. It's from a very old video game where to pay respects, you push F on the keyboard and then it like pays respects to the person. So it's, there you go. Jokes are funnier if you explain them. Did you create a product? Yeah. Oh, I named everything. Yeah. It checks the name. Okay. So to pass, I just need to get rid of this. Shut all those down. There we go. We're on a product application. All right, each application is using a different selection of manifests, all managed by customized overlays. We will promote releases by copying changes. So the whole point of this exercise is actually to use this to model promotion between environments. So if we look at our manifest here, and I did like a tree out of it. So you can see we've got a for our manifests, we have a prod, a QA, a staging, and we've got a version YAML and stuff. So let's look at the customize on these really quick. And we'll go to environment promotion. And we're going to look at the customize. So the way that the customize works is it pulls in resources from the base. So the base here has a deployment and a service. And this customization is just referencing the files that are in it. And then here under prod, after we reference that, we're going to pull in the component from variant prod. So we can have these long running components. And then we're going to strategically merge patches for all these different services. And the way that customized patches work is pretty simple. You basically specify the element that you want to update. So this is a deployment, the one named simple deployment. I want the replicas to be 4. So when I run a customized build on this, this is actually going to replace what the default is, which is 1 replica. So by default, my prod is going to get 4 replicas. The generic default is 1 replica. And then I have a variant for my different regions. Or sorry, I have a variant for prod and non-prod. And this is going to set different URLs and different databases to be accessed and stuff. So version defines the container image. Settings defines the application level settings for the application, like environment variables. Replicas sets the number of replicas. Services sets the number, the port for each application. So since I'm updating all these, we actually can go look at each of these instances. Look at that. Huzzah. Wait, is this the one that I just deployed? Oh yeah, and it just is referenced on the name. Yeah, nice, cool. Yeah, so now we can see the 3 variants in action. So QA is on version 3, staging is on version 2, production is on version 1. I personally like to push to production first, then move it to QA so they can figure out what went wrong. But you know, that's just me. That was a joke. People in the Twitch are they're like, okay, that's our new strategy. Push to prod first, then go to QA. All right. Whoops. All right, so we're gonna do a promotion across replicas. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna promote the current version from staging to production by copying the version file. So remember when we looked at that version, so let's look at staging and we'll look at the version. This is specifying my version here. This is specifying my version here. The only difference between these 2 files is the 2. I could manually change it, but I would rather not have my developers copying and pasting as much as possible, which is the whole point of using these discrete files, because you can separate out the layers of your application. So I'm just going to do a copy. Oh, I don't think CP is an operation. Yeah, no, it's not. Let's do a regular copy. Motion, and I'm going to go from staging to production. And now it's updated. Now we're in production. Oh, did I have to sync it? It just hasn't refreshed yet. Argo CD autopilot also sets the default time for refresh a little bit lower, so I notice it less. Now we can look at our production and we refresh it and we're on V2. Yeah, baby. We just moved up from staging to production. Model that change. All right. What about promoting the application using CI? Automating promotions. Promoting by copying files can be automated by your CI system or any other high-level system. In this example, we'll use GitHub Actions as it is already part of GitHub, but you can do the same thing with any other CI system, including CodeFresh. Take a look at the promote workflow. This is a GitHub workflow that can, yeah, you got it, yeah. I edited this all last week too. It's all on me. I'm blaming you. All right, this is the GitHub workflow that can be triggered on demand. It takes as arguments the source environment, the target environment, whether the application version will be promoted, whether the settings of the application will be promoted, explained in the next section. Then it runs and does the following. Checks out the manifest from the Git repositories, copies the appropriate files from one folder to another, commits and pushes back changes. So we need to enable GitHub Actions workflows on our repo. I actually have no memory of this. Mine. Make sure you do it on the fork. Won't let you do it otherwise. And I'm going to go from QA to staging, for container town. Oh yeah, it's still going. Let's check it out. No, it's your refresh. Now let's look at production. Staging, sorry. Thanks. I'm glad somebody's paying attention. It's not me. All right. Promoting application and settings using CI. Remember that we have multiple customized resources in our application according to their promotion status. We have the specific manifest called settings.yaml for settings that need to be promoted from one environment to the next, while static settings that are not to be promoted are in the variant modules. Promoting everything from staging to production. We'll promote version 3 to production from staging, but this time we also want to bring all the bits along. So let's promote all the components. So let's go to our workflow. And this time we're going to promote application. We're going to run it. So it's time to check all the boxes. Yeah, from staging to production. We can examine this workflow for a second. YAML. So we can see how you set the options. And then you can see what is actually happening. Making these copies. There you go. Pretty simple. So very simple to modify. Typically what I actually do, I mean, I use CodeFresh for my CI workflows, and I set up this to generate pull requests rather than committing directly, so I can accept the pull request in order to deploy. How am I handling pull requests? What? You're saying if in the pull request. So what I was saying is that like to promote from this folder to that folder, basically I have a workflow that copies that over, commits it, and then opens a pull request. You're saying once that pull request is open, you could have variants within it to create like an application generator off of the pull request. Oh yeah. So that would be that'd be a slightly different use case, but yeah, you could. I actually haven't done that before.
It has to be in the pull request, right? So if you need something, let's say if you need like a secret, right, to connect to like a different database, like it needs to be in the pull request in order for it to like connect.
I mean,
to the
you
database.
could set overrides in your application set generator.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, you can set an override.
So you
yeah.
can just be like, oh, it's always going to be this, in the pull request. So yeah, you could do that. I've never done that for modeling changes. I feel like the use case for environment generation is more about like developer environments, you know? So less about like modeling the change to staging, but you could generate an environment off of that and actually test it before it goes into staging. That's a kind of a cool idea. Let's talk about a KubeCon talk we can submit together on that for EU. I think people would be into it. That sounds like a fun project. All right, so let's see. I should be done by now. It probably synced everything while we're chatting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and we can backport changes too. So check this out. Promote from any environment to another. So we can actually move settings from production back to Q&A. So let's say that we're trying to discern something that happened. We can actually run our workflow backwards. And we can say take prod, push that to QA, and actually push everything with it. Backport time. Something I'll mention before we go into the break, because this is the last exercise. If I'm looking at Argo CD, I'm looking at prod, and I want to know what has changed in production, it's going to show me the last change right here. And if I go and look at it, I'm going to see that what changed in this case were some of these values, but I also changed this image version. What was in that image version change? I don't know. I have to go and dig into this image and figure out who generated it and find the Git repo that it's from. That information isn't available inside of GitOps. And this is one downside of GitOps, or even Kubernetes in general, which is that sometimes releases sort of become black boxes where you can't tell what's going on in them. So to solve this problem, CodeFresh within our UI, what we actually do is every time a deployment happens, we look at every image that is changed. And then because CodeFresh is connected into the CI system, whether you're using CodeFresh CI, Jenkins, or GitHub CI, and we're adding support for other third-party CIs, it will actually go back and look at those artifacts, see who generated it, find all the information about it. And so when I look at this release, within CodeFresh, it'll actually tell me, oh, here who all the committers are. Here was what was here are all the commits that were made. Here are the pull requests that were dealt with. Here are the JIRA tickets that are dealt with. All that information is sitting on my release timeline, so I'm actually visible. Like I can actually see it all. So if we have time later, I might show it. But now at this point, I think we can close the book on this one. It did. I went from prod to QA. I checked out my boxes. After the workflow runs, you should now see QA has the exact same settings as production. So let's look at it. QA is on 3, buckets are 42. No, buckets are 24. No, but I ran the workflow. Yeah, it might not be done yet. Oh. I'm at 42 buckets. I'm supposed to be at 24. Yeah, maybe it just hasn't. I figured we chatted for a minute. Oh no, they hadn't picked up the changes. There it goes. That's all it was. Yeah, that explains that. All right, 3 o'clock, time for a break. We've got a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and pick it up at 3:15. I think there are additional snacks out. If you're on Twitch, go hit that bathroom. go get a drink, kiss your loved ones, tell your family that you're going to be done in a little bit, but that you're learning so much. Go post on Twitter. I can't believe how well this session is going. I am so stoked to learn about application sets and generators and pull request environments. And did you know that github.com has this code interface? That's neato. Did you know that CodeFresh has this interface that lets me see what's going on inside of each release from Argo CD? That's amazing. So, you know, just put it out there. Speak your truth. Say your feelings. If you don't like it, if you're mad about it, feel free to send a DM to Kostas. He loves to hear about that. Don't send it to me. My ego can't handle it. I'm just kidding. My ego could handle it. Maybe.
I'll get better. I know I'll get better. Just give me some time. I've been losing my mind. Every time that I'm out of bed, do I know that I'm down? But I'm losing my own head. I've been trying to find
Don't you think this is starting to wear on me? You've been rated down like hell. I'm weak. I have tried to give you my soul, but you can't love something you own. It's too late to repair what we made. What can I do? Time flashed by and I woke up on the other side of the moon. The sun don't rise, all the light is gone from me and you. was my mistake. Loving you was my biggest regret. Dealing with heartbreak isn't easy. You leave me in the dark, and I'm locked just inside me. Can't find my way outside. I can't escape. Time will pass me by, and all the bells still haunted me. Think we should be without in the same like I need more. Same like I need more. Same like I need Stop me the doubt when I doubt that you could be faithful to me. Trusting you was my mistake, and loving you was my biggest regret. Dealing with heartbreak isn't easy. You leave me in the dark, and I'm locked just inside me. Can't find my way out that I can't escape. Time would pass me by, and then still haunted me. One thing for sure, we were not in the same like I need more. One thing for sure, we were not in the same like I need more. Same like I need more. Same like I need more.
All right. That timer came and went, and I was still stretching. So if you didn't get up, you should stretch. Maybe get up and do a little one of these guys. Get that back moving. Maybe do that Dragon Ball Z merging stretch. You know. Oh. Nobody else is stretching in the room for you on Twitch. All the Twitch people are stretching at home. Yeah. Open up that core. We're ready. Okay. Onward and upward. Oh yeah. Okay. Whew. So, where are we picking up here? We're ready to get into. Yeah, we did the CI pipelines. We talked about this. Well, we finished the environment promotion. I actually want to jump straight into Argo image updater. Should I cover more on this? Interact with CI pipelines? Is it worthwhile? Should I? Yeah, I should. Oh, image updater. Okay. So yeah, there are some caveats, to be aware of with using automation with CI pipelines and what it's doing, the jobs that it's doing. There's a very common tendency for people coming from traditional deployment environments to really abuse the hell out of CI pipelines to do things that they shouldn't. So I definitely do recommend reading this section, but there are no exercises associated with it. So I'm going to move into image updater. And I'm going to go ahead and kick off my environment. So if you want to kick off your environment, you can start that as well. So let's talk about Argo CD image updater. So we talked about how to model changes from one environment to the other. And that modeling included things like the image being updated, changing the number of replicas, and things of configuration, different configuration across environments. Now, truthfully, 99% of the time, what are we updating? The container, right? The image. 99% of the time, that's what we're changing. We're changing our application code, and our configuration stuff is pretty stable. We don't have to mess with it as much because I'm just trying to get a new version of the application out with some different features or whatever. And so to improve this experience, there's a fantastic tool called Image Updater. And what Image Updater does is it monitors an image repository and looks for new images. And when it sees them, it updates your Git repository optionally and deploys it. I say optionally because Image Updater doesn't have to update Git. It's called a commit back, right? Commit back, write back. Thank you. It's called a write back. You don't have to use it in order to use Image Updater. However, this is the GitOps training. Do you think I'm going to tell you to update something and not in Git? Hells no. I'm going to tell you to update it in Git and then let it be deployed out. So Argo CD Image Updater has some really cool features. We do need to install Image Updater into the Argo CD namespace, or we at least need to connect to the Argo CD server. We're going to be deploying it in the same cluster. So that's what we're going to do. There's some instructions on how to do this via the others. Okay, and then, like I mentioned, there are two methods for updating directly in the Argo CD API or pushing the changes to Git. You know which one I'm going to tell you to do. I already told you. The write back method is technically pushes the changes and then pushes it into Git. So if something happened, it would not make it. So it's best to write it to Git first.
I think it's also important to mention that,
Yeah.
like the merging of the application set controller into Argo CD, the next thing that probably will be merged to Argo CD will be Image Updater. So right now it's a completely external project and you need to install the controller, but maybe in, I don't know, in 2 releases, it will be part of Argo CD. So learn it now, and then you can be one of the cool kids that know how it works.
Yeah, if you're using it now, you're already one of the cool kids. So this is just something to be aware of with the Argo project in general. Argo CD, Argo workflows, they're both designed to be extensible. And there is something called Argo Project Labs, where this is where Argo CD Autopilot lives. This is where this is where application sets started, and you had to install it manually. But once it was accepted, it was merged in. Image Updater is currently in Argo Project Labs, but it will eventually probably make its way into Argo CD. Yeah, very good point. I think we're ready to start into the lab here. So let's do it. We're going to learn as we go. So in this one, we're going to install. Oh, let me go back. Yeah, shoot. Oh yeah, the question is, how do we do promotion in Image Updater? Kostas, you want to speak to it?
Promotion then happens with Docker registries. You have different Docker registries. Let's say you have your staging Docker registry, your production Docker registry, and promotion is copying a container from one registry to the next. And then every environment pulls the image with Image Updater.
Or with tagging. Right. I mean, same thing. You don't have to necessarily have a separate repository, but if you're using like Semver for your tagging strategy and you have a staging on there, it's like deploy all the staging ones. This one's promotion, this one's production, those it deploys all the productions, and then you just tag images to update it. Yeah, good question. All right, so again, we're going to be working off of our fork, and we're going to be working off of the image updater folder, which contains our customized manifests for the application deployed, a set of Argo CD applications with different update strategies, an installation manifest for Argo image updater, and source code for a trivial application that will be used to create Docker images. We're going to use GitHub Actions to build and push container images to the container registry. Nice. Okay. The example repository contains a workflow for GitHub Actions that takes input a Docker tag and builds a Docker image for a simple application and pushes the image to a GitHub registry. So to create the initial release, we go to the GitHub UI of your forked repo and select the actions and click the green button that says, I understand my workflows, and push Docker image. So I haven't forked the right repo, right? Oh, okay. Okay. I was thinking maybe I need to use a different one. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to go back over here to my actions, and I'm going to do push Docker image. And then I'm going to specify which image I'm going to push. So let's look at it really quick. Yeah, 1.0. I just wanted to make sure it was from main. Here in this example, we actually have the image generation inside of the same repo as our GitOps examples. Yeah, in general, you're going to have all your application repos separate, and then you'll have your GitOps repo for all the environments. And this is set up to model activities, so it's not necessarily this repo. The examples repo isn't necessarily set up as the ideal GitOps repo, but there are examples in there, right? All right, that's going to finish up, and then we should have this image already deployed. What do we do? Built it. So we should be able to pull this image now. No throttling on here. Look at that. Got my image already. Yep, and we can see it's already locally. All right, for the initial deployment, UI starts empty because nothing is deployed. We need to deploy 2 applications with different update strategies. The first application will always update the container image to the newly built tag. The second application will use the semantic versioning only for 1.x releases. We'll use the app of apps pattern to deploy them both. Updating the manifest for your own fork repo. We're deploying apps when you make the manifest for your own image. We'll create a proof step. Change the following files. Guess what's about to happen.
People on the Discord keep asking if this is being recorded. It is, although I don't know who would want to watch a 7-hour video later, but it is what it is. We'll upload it to YouTube.
You know, all the people that had to go to bed earlier.
True. Yeah.
They're gonna
Or they
join
can
in.
fast watch it, right? They can just fast forward
Yeah,
through
they
the
can
parts they
fast
need to.
watch. Yeah, true.
On that note, we need to convince the committee to have ArgoCon EU, which would be nice.
We need to do it at KubeCon EU.
And ArgoCon EU.
Oh, ArgoCon EU. Oh,
ArgoCon
yeah,
EU.
okay. Mm. All right, I'm ready to create my application. Hopefully, if you're following along, you're not too far behind or you're ahead of me. Costas, we should do a module where we show a shared pipeline in CodeCrush building and pushing from a bunch of repos automatically and then picking up. Let's see, hasn't picked it up yet. Got pushed. All right, should be finishing up that exercise now. Give me a thumbs up if you finished it. Okay, most of you are through it. Some of the Twitch you might be finishing up, going through. So that exercise, like we said, here we kind of simplified it because we just have it updating Argo CD directly. However, we actually advise that you use, if you're going to use Argo CD image updater, we do advise that you use the get right method because now everything becomes auditable. I do still think that there are a lot of benefits to using a CI/CD workflow for generating those changes because you can do it on a pull request. You can actually do a pull request with image updater. No, I thought you could just set the target to another. Oh, you can set the target to a new branch potentially, but maybe. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Never mind. Anyway, there. I typically use like a CI/CD workflow to do that because then I can set tests and all kinds of things like that. Oh, camera cut out. It was just getting a little hot. Yeah, it doesn't happen too often. Yeah. Maybe I need to get a new power cable for it too. Anyway, we should be okay. All right, so now we're going to talk about sync phases and sync hooks. How many people are already aware of sync phases and sync hooks have used it? Okay, there's 2 people who gave a talk on it yesterday, and a couple other people. Okay, so so the last things that we're going to cover before you can start working on your exams are sync hooks and sync waves, and then we're also going to talk about diff strategies, and then a little bit about sync windows. So if you're familiar with those things, you might want to just go jump straight into the summary and examination and start taking your level 2 test, and you can get it done. If you're not familiar with those things, then we're going to cover them now. So a sync, okay, actually let's go through the scenarios. So there are some common scenarios. Let's say that you have a database migration that needs to occur before an application is deployed. Let's say that you want to run an email notification after an application is deployed. Let's say you want to run a pre-flight check that will decide if a main sync operation will take place or not. Or let's say you want to run smoke tests or some kind of other validation after deployment has taken place in order to validate it. There was an excellent talk at ArgoCon yesterday that was put on by these 2 folks at Adobe, where they talked about using sync hooks and sync phases to do tests of different environments and manage promotion across all their flows. Very, very interesting. With these different use cases, actually, one thing that we didn't mention is if you have an order to how applications should be deployed. So if there's this concept within Argo resources, there are, this isn't an official name, but they're what I call fragile resources. These are things that when they're deployed broken, they will stay broken. So for example, if I deploy an ingress before my ingress class has been put out, I might get set the wrong ingress class and it won't get changed. And that's just going to stay broken. So that's an example of something that needs to be deployed in order. And then there are these things that are resilient, which are, if they're deployed broken, they'll just get fixed eventually, and retries work really well for that. So to solve this, we have 2 different tools in our toolkit from Argo CD. One is sync phases, and the other is sync waves. So sync phases, you've got a hook on the synchronization process. Now, you should also be familiar with the synchronization process. We've been synchronizing apps all day. You hit the sync button, it's synced. So there is a pre-sync step, a sync step, a skip step, a post-sync step, and a sync fail step. So you can actually apply these to different resources using the hook annotation. And you can specify if you want a specific resource to be applied during any of these phases. So pre-synchronization, you could send out an email to alert people of things that are going on, or you could do something like a database upgrade. Side note, personally, and Christian and Kostas, feel free to weigh in with me here. I actually prefer database upgrades to not be in sync hooks. I prefer that to be in an init container that's part of my application, because I feel like it makes my application more composable and more resilient, and I don't have to rely on a synchronization policy to do it. And then you have to make sure that those things are idempotent, right? So when the database upgrade runs, it just checks and says, oh, everything's up to date, I don't need to do anything, or oh, it needs to be updated, I'm going to update it. So I do think that in that particular use case, pre-sync hooks are maybe a little bit abused for that use case, but there are definitely many use cases where you're going to use synchronization hooks. So all you need to do is set that specific phase, that annotation on an object, and it could be any object, and that will decide when it gets applied. So during pre-synchronization, you could apply different objects, and that includes a Kubernetes job. So you could have a job that executes some kind of workflow every time before synchronization starts. You could also do, if you wanted, you could have a pre-sync step that does checks on security policies, make sure that security policies are up to date or something like that. So there are a lot of options for what to do. So the other phases that exist, sync fail, if at any point a pre-sync, a sync, or a post-sync fails, this will trigger sync fail objects to run. So a sync fail object, let's say you have a job that sends an email to alert you that synchronization has failed. That would fire off when a sync fail has happened. And then sync skip is pretty straightforward. What does it do? It skips. It doesn't get synchronized during any phase in the synchronization process. What do you think the most common use cases are for a sync skip step? Oh yeah, Kostas says you want to temporarily disable something. That's a good one. Are there any other? I'm trying to think of. I actually don't use it very often. I don't think I've ever used it.
Sync fail, I would.
Sync skip.
Oh, skip.
Yeah. What are the cases when you'd want to use a sync skip? Dude, my camera's.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, while you get the camera on. Yeah,
I think I'm
good
not getting enough
question.
juice.
Sync skip.
We'll just leave it for a minute. If it shuts off again, I'll just switch to the laptop one. I think it's not getting enough juice off that charger. Anyway, so there you go. In the chats, come up with your best ideas for why you would want to use a sync skip. Like I said, I don't use it very often. Inside of the Argo UI, there is a lovely little graphical indicator, an anchor, which represents hook annotations are associated with those objects. So that lets you see what's going on. And we mentioned, for example, that jobs, if you don't recreate them, they won't run again. Once a job is created, you can modify it all you want. It's not going to run. So typically, you will have something on a job to delete that resource when you're done with it. So you can set an annotation that's called a hook delete policy. And with that, you can delete it after a hook has succeeded, delete it after a hook has failed, or delete it before the next hook is created. So this is convenient if you want to let it sit around until the next time it's needed. Let's see, named hooks, yes. Yeah, we don't go into that. Okay, so there is an exercise. Oh, I didn't hit start on it, like a fool. Should have told everybody. Christian, you were supposed to tell me to hit start. You were supposed to tell me. Oh, it's already ready. Okay, sweet. So in this one, we'll set up the sync waves. And like in the last one, I'll actually just be quiet and let you work on it. And then we'll do the sync and diff strategies and notifications and sync windows. Oh, because the sync fail ran and succeeded.
What we did was added a bit of parse where we talked about the Argo CD application. And we look at the things that failed.
Kostas, can you summarize that?
So we have a job.
Just for the people, yeah, or, oh yeah, here you go. Here's a microphone. So people in chat can hear what you're saying.
Okay, so we had a job.
Mm-hmm.
It's defined to run on a post-sync hook. The job runs functional tests. And if you do that and you run app sync, and then you do app wait, the application, once everything is deployed and even job runs, if the test failed and therefore the job fails, the Argo CD app will actually return, it will be synced and it will be marked as healthy.
Right, because it's synced.
Yeah. because
Now
ev-
it's gonna go do post sync, but it's already synced, so then it fired off the.
No, it actually waits for the post sync to run. So it will expect the job to run, but the job will run and it will fail, but that's fine.
Hmm.
It doesn't the result of the job doesn't actually affect the status of the Argo CD app. However, if you look into what Argo CD app wait does and returns, it actually tells you that, okay, the app status is healthy and it's synced, but however, one of the phases has failed. The phases being the one, the post sync one. And so you have to parse that in order to actually figure out if, something has actually gone wrong with the job.
That seems like a bug.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. We had to like add a bit of an extra check in the workflow, basically.
We should file an issue, I think. I mean, I believe that the expected behavior is that if a post sync.
Yeah, I think so.
You're on 2.4. It sounds like a bug to me. Yeah. I mean, I think that's not the expected desired behavior.
Yeah.
I like that you worked around it though. You ever
Well-
just accepted. You're like, huh, this doesn't make any sense. I guess we'll just write a bunch of.
Sorry, we asked on the Slack channel, but nobody actually answered us and explained what's the supposed behavior, so we didn't.
So for next time, bring it to the GitOps champions. We'll jump on it. That Discord, they'll throw gifts at it. We'll throw gifts at it until it works. Yeah, great comments. Actually, that's a really good heads up for everybody to be aware of. Something we got to fix. Yeah, kind of what we do. Not needed for this exercise. Oh, I thought we ended at 5. Double check, you tell me. So we need to wrap up. It's actually 4 o'clock. For some reason, I thought we went to 5, but we are at 4 o'clock, so we're gonna wrap up here. We got very close. I don't know, did anybody manage to get through and do the test? A couple people. Okay, handful of you. All right. So like I said, if you're familiar with sync waves and sync hooks, and the next component, you should be ready to go. Now, as we come to a close, what's next? So if you've now, pretty much all of you have your level 1 certification. All of you are either have your level 2 certification or you are on the cusp of achieving your level 2 certification, assuming that you can pass the test. You can take it multiple times, but make sure you know it, right? We want you to be good ambassadors of the certification. So let's make sure you understand it. Please post your certification on a social media, put it on your LinkedIn. There's a call to action on there to tell you how to put it on your LinkedIn. Put it in Twitter. Give a big shout out to Kostas, who did almost all the work for this thing. So thank you, Kostas. Well done. Now, what's going to happen next for the certification? What we talked about today for doing GitOps at scale, we covered really the fundamentals of GitOps at scale, but there's even more to be done. The truth is that we would like to create these certifications more quickly and add more content. So we're going to be experimenting with some different formats and adding some additional certification content much quicker than hopefully that we did this last one. It took us a while. And so we'll have maybe a more regular release cadence of training materials. Also, we have this Discord, and the purpose of the Discord is not just for these live certification days. This is meant to be a place where you can go and talk to people who are implementing Argo CD and GitOps in a fully GitOps fashion, and you want to follow that. And this is a place where you can come and ask questions and get help. Kostas, Christian, and I are hanging out in there. A number of other code freshers are hanging out in there. Solutions architects are hanging out in there. And so it's definitely a place to come bounce ideas off things. And hopefully it'll be a place where there's maybe BSC in helping people answer things and people the documentation. We also would love to hear from you. If there are topics that you want to learn about, that you feel like, hey, I don't understand this well enough, the documentation isn't as good about it, or maybe we should have training about it, or maybe we need to do a post about it. Application set generators to model environment promotion. That's a really interesting idea. So that's something that's worthwhile to talk about. But we would love to hear from you and get those ideas and get your feedback. If you're struggling to take this stuff to scale and you need help, CodeFresh is also here for you. So if you want to go beyond just the Discord, you want to go beyond the trainings and the stuff that we're putting out there, connect with somebody from CodeFresh. We'll connect you with a solutions architect, and you can work on getting this stuff implemented. And the suite that we have for using these tools, and I'll just show you very briefly for 2 seconds. I'll just log in and just show you what I was talking about when I mentioned how CodeFresh gives you insight into a deployment. And this will be the only feature that I actually briefly demo for you. You can see all my applications. We could look at a card view as well. And you can see that they're labeled the Git source app. That's a parent app for an app of apps, application set in here. And I can see those. And I can also see the relationship between them just in the regular view. I can see how they're grouped. And if I go and look at this prod application, for example, in addition to seeing all the view that you would expect of what's going on, and we've looked at that already, I also get this release view, and I can drill down onto any release and I can see all the information of the committers and things, because what we're actually pulling in is all of the information about what artifacts changed in a release, and then we're modeling all of that into the timeline. So you can get information about the pull requests, what CI pipelines operated to build all those images, what issues were created and solved, what the commits were. And then you also get a view of all of your Argo rollouts that occurred for all of these. And you can do your health checks and see how those modeled out and everything. So a lot more visibility. And that's just one of many features that are designed to help you be more productive with Argo CD, help you be more productive with GitOps, and help you take this stuff to scale. So with that, I want to thank you all for joining. That was a marathon session. We started off this morning and it was crashing. It was burning. It was on fire. Docker was sending people to the building. We had to barricade the doors. It was a whole thing. We got through it. We fixed it. We got back on track and it was smooth. One of the things I would love to hear from some of you is I want to get a message back in a week that says, we had such a blast with the certification that we sent it to the rest of our team and told them, hey, you got to get certified with this because I know that we're going to be more effective as an engineering team if everybody's on the same page with this. So with that, I thank you. We'll be hanging out. Make sure you get a mug and high fives all around. Woo! All right, thanks everybody. Thank you, Twitch. Thanks, Twitch, hanging out. F's in the chat. Yeah, I'll close it out.